Welcome to Full Stack MERN Authentication, where you'll learn to build and deploy a MERN stack web application complete with authentication capabilities. In this web app, we will build and deploy a MERN stack authentication application. This app can be used as a starting boilerplate for all your future MERN web applications. Throughout the course, we will be working with the latest versions of React, MongoDB, Node.js, and Express. Initially, we'll install React.js and Tailwind CSS and dive into using the most recent version of React Router DOM to create routes and pages. Then, our focus will be on developing authentication pages. The application will have both email and password authentication using JSON Web Token, along with Google OAuth for added convenience. For state management, we'll use Redux Toolkit, facilitating the management of global states. Certain pages, including the profile page, will be protected on both the client and back-end sides to ensure a secure user experience. The profile page will offer functionality to update user information, including username, email, and password. Additionally, users will be able to modify their profile images, with Firebase storage serving as the storage solution for these images. Account deletion functionality will also be implemented, with JSON Web Token cookie validation ensuring the security of this process. The course will comprehensively cover CRUD operations, including creation, reading, updating, and deletion, all facilitated by the MongoDB database. Finally, we will use the Render platform to deploy our fully functional MERN stack authentication app for free. This will enable you to share your creation with others or showcase it in your portfolio. The prerequisites for this course are a basic understanding of JavaScript and React. If you are excited as I am to build this app, then let's get started.
As you can see, I've put the final version inside this URL, auth.100jsprojects.com. As you can see, we have homepage. It's a very simple homepage. And then we have about page. Then we have signing, which includes the signing page and also the sign up page. Here we can sign up. For example, I sign up with my name, Sahan, for username, sahan@gmail.com for the email. And also I just choose Sahan for my password too. When I click on sign up, we can get the loading effect, as you can see here. And then we are redirected to the signing page. And here we can sign in with the account we have created with the email and password. Just say sahan.gmail.com. And the password I have chosen here. Once you click on sign in, as you can see, I get an error if I choose the wrong email. And then I click here, I'm redirected to the home page. And here inside the header, we can see an avatar. And here we can update our profile, including the image. We can upload the image. For example, I choose an image from my computer. Here I choose some image. For example, I choose this image. And once you click on it, this is going to upload to Firebase and shows you the image uploaded successfully. And the image is going to be replaced. And then you can just change your name, for example, at the same time. And then you can change your email and also the password. And once you click on update, this is going to update your profile. And if you refresh the page, we can see that the profile is now updated inside the database as well. Also, we can delete the account and sign out. So once you delete it, the account is going to be deleted from the database and also your sign out as well. All the user's information is going to be stored using React Redux. And also you have the ability to continue with Google and choose one of your Gmail accounts. For example, here I choose this Gmail account. And as you can see, we get the image from the Google. And also the username is created for us automatically based on the name of the user, like the first name and the last name and some random number to be unique. Also, we have the ability to sign out from your account. And once you do that, you're going to be redirected to the sign-in page. In the next section, we're going to start installing Reactjs and Tailwind CSS and create our first template. So see you in the next section.
So we're going to start with the front-end section of the project. So we're going to install Reactjs, Tailwind CSS, and then once we need to do some functionality, we can just start building the backend using Node.js. And once we're done with the backend, we can just interact and connect the front-end and backend together. So let's do that. First, we need to install our Reactjs. And if you go to Google and search for React, the website now, the official website is React.dev. So let me zoom it a little bit. You can see the React.dev. And if you click on it, we can see that we just go for installation. Now React actually is recommending us to use Next.js or other third-party frameworks to enhance the React ability. But I highly recommend to everyone who wants to learn, for example, Next.js, to build the projects firstly by React and learn about it. And I'm going to create the same project by Next.js as well, so you can just watch both of them and compare two technologies and understand the Next.js in a better way. And also for installation part, the React is suggesting instead of using Create React App, you can use Vite instead. So for installing Vite, it's very simple and it's faster than Create React App. But I'm going to show you how to use Create React App as well, so you can have both choices for your application. And later, when we have completed our application, we can deploy it to the render website. So now I want to just create a folder here. For example, I'm going to create a folder called MERN. If we changed its name to MERN Auth. And if you open the Visual Studio Code with the new window, so let me open it first. This is my previous project. Let me just open a new window and then I close it here. Okay, now we have a new window in the Visual Studio Code. Once you have it, you can just drag this folder and bring it inside the Visual Studio Code. And this is going to open it here. We can increase the size here and we can close the Welcome tab. Here, we can first start creating our front end, which is a client side. So I'm going to open the terminal. You can use Ctrl backtick, or you can just go to View and open the terminal here. As you can see, we have Explorer, Search, Source Control, Route, extensions, and open the terminal using Ctrl backtick. So once we are inside this root folder, inside the MERN Auth folder, we can use npm create, and we can just add Vite, add latest, and we just say client. If you want to do the create React app, you have to write down npx create React app, and then you specify the name of the folder that you want the project to be created. So once we do that and we press enter, this is going to ask us which sort of technology we want to install. We want to use React, so we just choose React here. And then we want to choose between TypeScript and JavaScript. I want to use JavaScript here and this SWC. And when I tested, I realized this one is faster than the other one. It's actually 10 times faster than Create React App in my view. And if you have a normal computer that doesn't have too much RAM or CPU, you can use Vite instead of Create React App and have a better experience of creating a React app. And after that, you can just press enter. As you can see now, all the folders and files are created, but without installation. We need to install it, but everything we need to install is added inside this package.json. So if you use npm install, we're going to install React and React DOM. And also we have this public folder with the Vite .svg or the src folder, which includes our main.jsx. If you use create React app, this is going to be index.js, and this app.jsx would be app.js. So that's the difference. And once we just go inside this client folder, we just use cd client, and we can just use npm I or npm install to install everything from like React and React DOM. While we are waiting for the installation, which is very much faster than Create React App, we can just go to Google and search for Tailwind CSS Vite. And once we do that, we can see the installing Tailwind CSS Vite, this link. And if you're using React, you need to choose this tab. And there are 4 steps for doing it. It's very simple. We have done this part already. We have created our Vite application with React. We are inside this folder. The next step is to install Tailwind CSS, post CSS, and auto prefix. Firstly, we just copy this one. And we go back to Visual Studio Code. As you can see, the installation is completed already. So we can paste the code here. And this is going to install Tailwind CSS. And then we need to install and initialize Tailwind CSS here. We paste it here. And this is going to create a file called tailwind.config.js. And we need to modify this file. And actually, the modification we need is actually suggested here in the third step. So we just need to copy this and replace everything here with these codes. Then this is going to actually check these files, index.html, and also everything inside the src folder, and whatever classes we add for the Tailwind CSS is going to automatically be created as an output, and in the build time we're gonna have it. So, and then the other things we need to do is to change this thing. We need to copy these 3 lines of code and put it inside index.css. This is going to add the basic and utilities and the components, like a styling of our project using Tailwind CSS. So inside the index.css, we can just delete everything using Ctrl A. We choose everything and we paste these 3 lines of code. So now let's clean it a little bit. We don't want to actually delete, for example, this SVG. We can delete it. Inside the asset, we can delete this React.svg. We can delete completely this app.css because we are going to use Tailwind CSS. And inside the app.jsx, we can just choose all of them, delete them, and then we just use RFC to create a React functional component. If you don't see this suggestion, you have to install some packages. So I'm going to show you which packages you need to install before starting this application. So I have these packages, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 packages. But actually, some of them maybe you don't need. For example, Console Ninja is going to console inside this Visual Studio Code. Instead of checking and going to the browser and check the console, we can check the console logs inside the Visual Studio Code. And this is free. And auto rename tag, for example, here you can see I have a div. If I change the first tag to H1, as you can see, the closing tag is automatically changed to H1. So this is for that. And then we have this ES7 React Redux React native snippets. So this is the suggestion we give. For example, I write RFC, I get a React functional component. RFC is React functional export component. It's a different thing. So you can, based on your preference, you can use different of them. Also, we have here GitHub Copilot. That is actually you need to pay. It's $10 per month, and I got it for free. They just give me for experimental things. But and also the GitHub Copilot chat, so I can chat. For example, here, if I have a question, I can ask the GitHub. It's like ChatGPT, but inside your Visual Studio Code. So if you have a problem, you can just highlight it and ask a question about that. So this one is actually in experimental mode. You cannot even buy it. You have to go to the whitelist. So you just put your email and they're gonna give access to it. So this is the time of my recording. I'm telling you these things, but maybe later when you're watching this video, it's going to be publicly available. But it's just it's optional choice. You can just choose these two. So I'm gonna use GitHub Copilot in this project. So I'm gonna make the recording faster and get the suggestion. So for example, here you can get a suggestion. For example, here if I want to write down something, GitHub Copilot sometimes give you some suggestion. But the more you create an application, they get smarter. They give you more suggestion based on your previous coding. And also you need to have this prettier when you, for example, do something and you save the file, this is going to automatically make it formatted for you. And also we need this Tailwind CSS intelligence. So what this Tailwind CSS intelligence does, it gives you some suggestion. For example, here, if I add a class name, for example, if I choose text, for example, red, and if I choose control space, this is going to give me suggestion. This Tailwind CSS intelligence is actually giving me this suggestion. So I can see the colors here. So I can choose the colors, for example, at different colors, and I choose it. And sometimes it's very smart. For example, if I want a flex column, I just write down FC. As you can see, I get flex column suggestion. So I don't need to write down all of them. So this is going to save you a lot of time. And you need to actually test and see which short form of the writing is actually giving you this suggestion. But in these projects, I'm going to use these shortcuts and teach you which shortcuts works with this extension. So those were the extensions we need. So now what I want to do, I want to start the application. Let me clear the terminal. And here you can just use, if you check the package.json, you can see that we have some script here. For example, if I want to run the application, I can just say vit or npm run dev. Okay. And for the building, npm run build is going to run the vit build. So later we're going to deploy the website. I'm going to show you how to use the other one. But for now, we just use the devs. We just say npm run dev. And this is going to run it inside a port number. Here is 5173. But if you want to change it, you can actually change it using --host and change it as you wish. And then if you want to open this one, you can just keep the control or command and click it. And this is going to open it for you inside the browser, your default browser, which in my case is Chrome. And if you see this one in red color, actually your Tailwind CSS is working because I have added here text red 500. Otherwise, you need to go to the installation process again. So now we have just installed the Tailwind CSS, React. Now I want to add a GitHub repository for this. The reason we need a GitHub repository is we want to actually deploy this website later in places like render. So we need to have a GitHub repository to actually send the information, send the codes to this website. And also we want to commit and create a message in each step, in each video. So I'm going to create it. I'm going to explain the code again inside the GitHub. And also, if you have any problem during this creation of these projects, you can go to that GitHub repository and compare your code with my code. For creating a GitHub repository, you need to be actually inside the root, not in the client, because we want to have both the backend and the front end inside the GitHub repository. So I open and create another terminal. So I'm going to go back to the root folder by using cd ... This is going to be inside the MERN Auth. And here I'm going to initialize a Git using Git init. For having a Git, actually you need to have a Node.js in your application. And also if you don't see these things, definitely you don't have Node.js. So you go to Node.js website and install Node.js before this project. So you just say Git init, and then we just add everything to GitHub using git add all, git add docs, and then we just create a message using git commit -m. We create a message, and the message would be install React.js and Tailwind CSS and create the first template. So once we create the message, now we can go to our GitHub and create the repository. So you can just search for GitHub and go to github.com. Make sure that you're signed in with your application. As you can see, I already have an account. It's totally free. You can just sign up. And here at the top, you just click on this plus icon and click on the new repository. And you can choose a name for it here. For example, I just call it MERN Auth. So this is available for me. And you can just keep it private if you don't want other people to see your code. Or you can keep it public so other people can see it. You can have a description. For example, I want to just say MERN Auth using Tailwind CSS, for example. And then here we just click on Create Repository. Once you have the Create Repository, you get the suggestion how to add it. I already created the message and add everything. We just go to the next part, the fast one. We just copy the first one. We go back and we paste it here. And then the second one, So first one is going to add a GitHub and gives your GitHub URL to your application. Then we're going to create a branch in the main branch, actually. And then we can just push it to GitHub. So what we do here, we paste it here. And this is going to upload everything that we have created so far to GitHub. And now in the GitHub, if you refresh the page, we can see that we have the client folder here. And we have one commit, and the commit is install Reactjs and Tailwind CSS and create the first template. And if you click here, we can see all the changes that we have done inside this section. So that was it for the installation of the React and Tailwind CSS. In the next section, we are going to create the pages. We're going to create the pages, for example, home, about, sign in and sign out, and the profile page. I'm going to show you how to use React Router DOM package to create these pages. So see you in the next section for this part of the project. All right, in the last section, we have completed the installation part of the project. We have installed Reactjs and Tailwind CSS and created our first template. In this section, we're going to create the pages of the website. For example, if you look at the final version here, we can see that we have the home page, about page, and sign-in page. We have sign-up page, and also we have profile page if we are signed in. But this page is protected, so we cannot have access to it when we are not authenticated. So let's create these pages. We go back to Visual Studio Code, and here inside the client folder, inside the SRC, we create a new folder called pages. And here we just create the files. For example, sign in. We just use the capital signed in.jsx. And we can just use RFC to create a React functional component. And then the next page would be signup.jsx. You can easily use RFC to create a React functional component too. So we just continue to create our pages. About.jsx, we have that. We have profile.jsx. And finally, we have the homepage, home.jsx. But how we use these pages? Now we don't have access to them. We need to actually have a third-party application in React to create the pages. But in Next.js, we don't need to do it. We just need to create the files inside a folder. So here, let me clear this. So we need to go actually inside the client folder, and here we just install a package called React-Router-DOM. And once we install it, we can just go to app.js, and here we don't need this import React. Actually, it's not mandatory. We can just import browser router from React Router DOM. We need to import routes and also route. So plural routes and singular route. So everything should be covered by browser router. So I changed this actually h1 to browser router. Let's delete this actually class name. We don't need it. And here we cover everything with routes. As you can see, we are getting suggestion from GitHub Copilot. We can just accept that one. And then we have a route here. The route has a path. Path means when we use it inside the browser, when we go to the /, we go to the home page. So we need to actually to import that home.jsx. So we can just click here and use Ctrl space and auto import it at the top. So we import home from /pages/home. And the next one we need to add, we want to add more things. I want to copy this one 4 more times using Alt-Shift-Down arrow. And then here we just change this one to, for example, to about, and this is going to be about. We can auto import it as well. And this is going to be sign in. We just write down sign-in, and here we use the sign in page. This one is going to be sign up. So we're going to import it. And finally, we're going to have the profile page. So we just say profile, and this is going to be profile. We need to import it at top. So we make sure that you have imported all of them, and then we just add the route, and then we're going to close this routes at the end. So everything will be inside a browser router, and inside the browser router we have routes. Let me save this one so we can sort it. Use prettier, we can just format it. So browser router, routes, and then we have routes. So now if we test our application, so here, as you can see, we are now in the home page. If we just use / for example, profile, we go to profile page, we have sign in, sign up, and finally we have the about page. Okay, it's working. And also we can change this with plus React here. We can just go to index.html and change the title. For example, we change it to Auth app. Okay. And also we don't need to actually use this link. We can delete that one. We save it. So now if you go here, we can see that this title is changed to Auth app. All right. So that was it for creating the pages. So in the next section, we're going to work on the header section, and we want to add the header in all pages. So for now, that is finished. We can add this one to the GitHub repository. We don't need to do the git add or git commit in the terminal anymore. We can use this source control here. If you click on the source control, or you go to view, go to source control, or use Ctrl-Shift-G, we can see everything we've done. All the changes are here. We can just click here on this plus icon to add all the changes. This is similar to the git add dot. And here we create a message. For example, we just say add routes and create pages. And here we can commit, or we just click here and commit and push at the same time. So if we do that and we go to our GitHub repository, now if we refresh the page inside the commits, we can see that we have our second commit, which is add routes and create pages. Each time we have at the end of each section, I'm going to create a commit. So, and then if you have any problem in the code, you can just come here and check the section name, click on it and see the changes, and you can compare the code with yourself and find your mistake. So that was it for creating and adding the routes. In the next section, we're going to work on the header section of the project. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed creating the pages of our project. In this section, we're going to create the header section of the project. If you look at the final version, we can see that we have the header, and this is common in all pages, like about, home, or sign-in page, we have the header. In order to do that, we can just add it inside the app.jsx outside the routes. If we look at our code and we go to app.jsx, if we put the header here outside the routes, we're going to have the header in all pages. So for example, here, if we create this header here, we're going to have it in all pages. So first we need to create actually a folder, a file actually called header.jsx, but we should create it inside a folder inside the src, and we call the folder components. And inside this folder, we're going to create a file called header.jsx. And for now, we create a React functional component. And now if we go to app.jsx, we can add it here in all pages by adding the header component. We need to import it at the top here. And we just need to close the tag. It can be a self-closing tag. Okay. Now, if we check our website, we can see that it is inside all pages. Sorry, here. For example, here we have the about, and then we go to sign in page. As you can see, the header is in all pages. So let's bring this one to the right side, and here we bring the Visual Studio Code to the left side. So any changes I do inside the header, we're going to see in real time here. So inside the header.jsx, first thing first, I want to change its background color to a slate 200. So just a light gray color. And then here, we're going to have a div. And inside the div, we're going to have a header saying, for example, auth app. And then I want to make this one bold. So I just change the font to be bold. We just write down FB and then, or you can just say font FNB. This is going to suggest us, FOB, I think. FOB is going to suggest us font bold. And let me decrease the size. This is the normal size we have for our application. After the h1 tag, I'm going to have a UL for the menu. We're going to have an unordered list. And inside this unordered list, we're going to have a list of home, about, and sign in, as you can see here. And then we want to bring them next to each other. So in this div, we're going to change the display to flex. They're going to come next to each other. And then we're going to have justify between. So we're going to push them on to the sides, and then we're going to have a space between them. And if you want to know what this class is inside the CSS, this is a Tailwind CSS class. But if you use Ctrl space 2 times, you can see that justify content space between is the complete CSS for this one. So this is going to add it for us, but we just need to write down justify between. And then if you just use items center, we're going to bring this one to the center. And then for the big size, as you can see, they're completely connected to the sides. We want to have a maximum width of, for example, 6 pixel, which is going to have some space, but I want them to be in the center. So I'm just want to add MX auto here. Okay. So now in the big size, we have maximum of the 6XL. And also we want to have some padding as well, padding of 3. So we're going to have some space around them. And also for the unordered list, for this menu, we can add the same flex to bring them next to each other. And also we can add a space between them using gap. And we just add, for example, gap 4. So we add a space between these items. And finally, if we click on these icons, I want to go to the specific page. For example, if I click on About, I want to go to the About page. But if we use anchor tag, actually, we're going to refresh the page when we go in a different pages. What we do here, we're going to import a link from React Router DOM. And this link is going to help us to redirect between pages without refreshing the page. For example, here inside the h1 tag, we can have a link, and then we're going to have an attribute 2 to the home page. And then we're going to cover this h1 tag with this link like this. Now, if we are in the sign-in page, if you click on this auth app, we're going to go to the home page. We can do the same things for the other one. Here, for example, we can have a link. We bring this here, and then we just add it to home page. We can do it for the about page like this, for the sign-in page as well. So now, if we test our application, for example, here we go to sign in, about, home, and here goes to the home as well. So now we have done with the creating the header section. We have it in different pages. As you can see, in different pages, we have this header. And also we can add it to the GitHub repository. We can just click here to add all of them. And then we just create a message. We just say create header component. And then we can click here to commit and push to the GitHub repository. And if you go to our GitHub and we refresh the page, we should see a new commit, create header component. All right, that was it for the header section of the project. In the next section, as we need to start creating the sign in and sign up pages, we need to start creating the backend using Node.js and Express.js. And also we need to connect to our database, which is MongoDB. So in the next section, we're going to start creating the backend of our project. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the header section of our project. In this section, we're going to start working on the backend section. We're going to create the server and run it using Node.js. So what we want to do here is we want to create the backend, the package.json of the backend inside the root section. The reason we are doing that, because later when we deploy our website, we want to run that application from the root, and we want to build the front end and run the front end using the back end. I'm going to show you what I mean by that in the course, but just you know that you have to create the package.json of the backend inside the root section. So here inside the terminal, we go back to the root using cd double dot, and then we can just use npm init -y to create a package.json inside the root. And this package.json is just doesn't have anything now. We just need to now install the necessary packages. For example, the first one is going to be Express server. We just say Express and we install Express. And once we have Express, and then we can use the Express creating our application. So what we do here, we create another folder and we call it API or backend. I just call it API. And inside this folder, I'm going to create a file called index.js. And the reason I'm calling it index.js, if you check this package.json, you can see the main file name should be index.js. If you want your file to be, for example, server.js, you just need to change this name. Inside the index.js, we need to import Express from Express. But as we are using import, and as a default, we need actually to use require inside the backend. So what we can do here, we go to package.json, and here after the description, for example, we can just add type to be, instead of common.js, we want to use module. So in this case, we're not going to get any error inside here as we're using import. After that, we can create our application. We just say const app equals to express. And then first we need to just listen to a port number, for example, 3000. And then we can have a callback function with console log, for example, server listening on port 3000. So in order to run this, we can just go to the folder and run node. But if we are outside this folder of API, we need to run node API /index.js. If we run that, we can see that we are printing server listening on port 3000. But if we do some changes, for example, if I add an exclamation mark here, we see that we have to actually restart the server to see the changes here. So that is a bit annoying and time consuming. The better solution is to install another package called NodeMon. So NodeMon is going to help us to automatically detect the changes inside the backend and restart the server. So we need to install NodeMon using npm I NodeMon. After that, we can just run it using NodeMon API /index.js. But the best practice is to add a script inside the package.json. As you can see, we have a test script. You can just delete that. And then we can just add, for the development mode, we want to use NodeMon. So we just say NodeMon API /index.js. And for the production, we need to have npm start. So we can just use npm start node API /index.js. So now if we run this one, we just say npm run div inside the root, we can see that the server is running on port 3000. And if we do some changes, for example, if I delete this exclamation mark, we can see that the server is actually restart automatically and using NodeMon. All right. So that was it for creating the server. We want to add this one to the GitHub, but as you can see, we have all the files here showing us these files are changed. We need to upload. Actually, these are the files for the installation of Node.js. We don't want to actually add them to the GitHub. The reason we are seeing them because our git ignore file is inside the client folder, not the root folder. So we need to just move this git ignore file and bring it to the root here. And now, if we go to the source control, you can see that only we have these files. So we just add all of them. And then here we just create a message. For example, we just say create API, or we can just say create and run this server. And we can just commit and push it to GitHub. And if we go back to our GitHub repository and refresh the page, we can see that the new commit is created and the name is create and run the server. All right, that was it for creating and running the server. In the next section, we're going to connect the server to the database. And in our case, we are going to use MongoDB. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have created our server and run it. In this section, we're going to connect to our MongoDB database. So what we can do here, we just go to our file section, and inside the index.js, we're going to use Mongoose to connect to the database. So what we can do here, I want to just open a new terminal, and this is going to be inside the root section because we need the MongoDB for the backend. So make sure that you are in the root, and we just install Mongoose. And after the installation, we need to just import it at the top. I just import Mongoose from Mongoose, and then we can just use mongoose.connect. But what we need to add here is actually we need to get this URL. Similar to this URL, we need to get from, or we call it URI actually. We need to get it from the MongoDB website. We need to go there, sign up, and get this URI, and then add it here so we can easily connect to our database. So what we do here, we just go to Google and search for MongoDB. In the search result, we can just go to mongodb.com and make sure it's free to use. They have a free tiers. So you just click on the start free. And if you don't have an account, you can sign up, but I already have an account. So I just sign in here, and I use my Google to go inside the MongoDB. After going inside, we need to create a new project. So here, I already have many projects for my practice before. So you just need to click here and then click on new project. So we just name this project. For example, I just call it MERN Auth, and then click next. So here we don't need to do anything. If you don't want to add on other people, you just click on create project. Make sure you wait until everything is done and then go to the next page. Otherwise, sometimes I'm in hurry and then I do very fast, so I get some problem. So here we need to create our database. They have changed their website recently. So we need to just click on the database and click here on build a database. As you can see, they have the free tier here. You can just click on free. And later, if your website is growing faster, you can just upgrade it. There's no problem. So first you just choose the free section and then change the name here. For example, I just call it MERN, and then just click on create. So here we need to add our username and password. So here is very important. So you remember that we just say, for example, I just choose the name Sahand, and password, I just choose Sahand. So I can remember it, but make sure you have a good password and username. And then we can press on create user. So here is my local environment and the cloud environment. So we need to choose cloud environment if you want to later use it for production. And then here you just need to add the IP address of your server or the computer that now you're locally connecting to the database. This is going to make the connection secure, so no other servers can have access to your database. So this is my IP address is already added here. But if you want, you can add 000, and in this way, from everywhere you can have access to it. And then later you can delete that one, because for simplicity now we are adding this one, but this is not actually secure. So you need to add your server IP address. So here we just click now. This is going to allow us to have access from everywhere. And then here we're going to click on finish and close. And then we just go to our database. So here, as you can see, we can have access to our data. or here we can just click on connect. If you click on connect, there are plenty of options for connection, but here you just need to click on drivers, and then we already have these things. We just need to copy this URL. So copy this one by clicking here, and then you go back to Visual Studio Code, and we can paste it here, but you need to change the password. Here, the password is just here. You can just delete this password, and I just put my password, which is my name. And then after this /, you can choose a name for your database. For example, I'll just call it MERN Auth. If you don't do that, actually, they're going to just put the name test for you. So you can just avoid that one by adding the name yourself. So actually, we are now connected to the database, but actually, this is not the best practice to add the database, to add your URL here. Because if you want to share your code with others, for example, in public places like GitHub, so people can see your password and other things. So it's better to hide this one using an environmental variable. So we can just create a file here, but the file actually should be inside your root. So you click on the outside and click here to create a file called .env. And then you can just create a variable, for example, called Mongo. And then we can just remove this. We cut this one and put it here. We just put it inside this one. All right. Now, instead of pasting it here, you can just use process.env.mongo, which is the name that we have choose here. But as you can see, we are getting an error here. The reason for that, by default, actually, we cannot use the .env inside the backend. We need to have an extra package called .env to be able to do it. So here we're going to install a package called .env, and then we need to import it at the top. We just say import .env from .env, and then we need to initialize it using .env.config, like this. If you do that, you can see now we are not getting an error actually. So that's a good sign, but actually we are not sure that we are connected to the database. So we need to have a feedback here. So what we do here, we just say if everything is all right, then we just console log connected to the MongoDB, for example. And then if there is an error, for example, we can catch the error and console log the error. Okay, so we can have a feedback like that. So if we now look at the terminal, we can see we are getting the server listening on port 3000 and also connected to MongoDB. But if we, for example, in .env, we change the password, for example, I add a letter X here, and then here I save the file to restart the server, we see that there we are getting an error inside the terminal saying should be bad authentication. All right. So what we do here, so I'm going to remove this X. So now we are sure that everything is working fine for the MongoDB. All right. So now let's add everything to GitHub. So I'm going to choose everything. But as you can see, the problem is now this suggesting me to upload the .env to the GitHub. That is not a good thing because people can see everything from the .env. So before doing that, we need to go to .ignore and add .env here. So at the end, we just say .env. And if you save now, we should... Okay, so let's close this and save our application. So I think I already added that one, so that was here. So let's see if I save again, if I do some changes. Okay, so now it's working. It's not suggesting me the .env, but it's suggesting me the .ignore file, which is fine. We can just add it because we have done some changes in .ignore. So now everything is added except the .env, that because we have added that to the getignore file. And then here we just say connect to DB, and we can just commit and push it. Now, if we check our GitHub repository, we can see the new commit is the connect to DB. All right, that was it for connection and adding the database to our backend. In the next section, we're going to create our first model for our database, because we need some models which is kind of rules for our database. And we're going to firstly add the model for the user. So So in this case, we can interact with our database safely and add the user data to the database. So see in the next section for adding the models to the database. In this section, we're going to start interacting with the database by creating a user model. So I'm going to explain what I mean by model when I'm creating it, but just you know that there are some rules and conditions we want to put for the user model. So these rules must be satisfied when we are adding or updating or deleting something inside the database. So here inside the API folder, we're going to create another folder called models. And here we can just create our first model which is user, but we can just call it user.js or something like that. But if you want to have a big projects and you want to search for your files, it's better to have, for example, user model.js or something like that. Or you can just call it user.model.js. That is the same thing. This model is not extension. The last one is the extension. So this is okay too. So for the model, in order to create it, we need to import firstly Mongoose. And then once we have the Mongoose, we can just create first the schema. A schema is the rules and conditions we want to add for the user. So we're going to create it using a method from the Mongoose called schema. So we just say new mongoose.schema. And then the first things we want to add, we want to have three things firstly. We want to have username, email, and password. So for the username, username is going to have the type of a string. And then if this is going to be required, the type of a string means only you cannot have number or Boolean for your username. And any other types won't be allowed inside the database, and you're going to get an error. For the required true means you cannot add a user without having a username. And then we're going to have unique true. Unique true means the username of each user must be different. So you cannot have two users with the same username. So this is going to be prevented by giving an error if someone is using the same username as others. After that, we're going to have the user email and password, and they are very similar. So I'm going to duplicate this one using Alt-Shift arrow down 2 times. You need to have a comma here between them, and then this is going to be email. So email must be string required and also unique. And then what else we need is to have password, but the password can be the same. For example, 2 users can have the same password, so we can delete this unique. Okay, and once we finish this, we can have another things. What I want to add here is timestamp true. Timestamp true means each user is going to have 2 extra information: the time of creation and the time of edit. So MongoDB is going to automatically add these 2 information, so we don't need to worry about them. So, and then we can use this information later. For example, if you have some admin panel, you can have, for example, you can show your users and sort them by time, for example. After that, we're going to create the model. So for the model, we're going to use mongoose.user and mongoose.model, and then the user is the name of the model, and it must be uppercase and singular, because MongoDB is going to automatically add the S and the plural form of the user inside the database for us. And also we want to add this user schema here. So the model needs to have the user schema. And finally, we need to export it as a default so we can use it anywhere else in our application. So if you, for example, need this one in other folders and files, we can use it because we are exporting them here. So that was it for creating the model. So later in the application, we're going to use this model to create everything else. All right, so let's add this one to the GitHub. So we have changed to, actually we didn't do any change here. Okay. I think there was some space added here. So I used Ctrl-Z to revert that action. And then we can just here add this model. And then here we create a message. For example, we just say create user model. And then we can just commit it and push it to GitHub. In the last section, we have created the user model. And in this section, we're going to create our first API route. API route is kind of URL. So we can use these URLs to interact with our API. So what we can do here, we go to index.js. So I'm going to firstly add our first API route. So I want to firstly make it inside the index.js, but later we're going to have separate folders for API routes and the functions that we're going to create for them. But I want to show you how to create it. We just need to have for example, here you can see app.get, request and response. And then we can just have a response with a JSON. We want to send back a JSON. We just want to make a message, hello world, for example. Okay. Or we can just change this one to API is working. So now if we go to our browser and just remember our backend has the port number of 3000. So now we want to test that one. We just say, we go to localhost 3000. And if you remember, we have created the route in the home page in the /. So if you test this one, as you can see, we get the message API is working. So this is the way that you create the API route. So you just need to have a app.get to do that. All right. But actually what we want to do is to create this one in a separate file and folder. So as we have created a folder for models, we can create another folder for routes. We just call it routes. And inside the routes, we're going to have our user route and also our authentication route. So for the user, we just say user.route.js. We just import the Express. We just import Express from Express. And then we can just create our router using express.router. And this router has the uppercase R. So be careful for that. And then we can just say, for example, router.get, right, for the homepage. And then we can just have the same JSON API is working. All right. But we want to export this one as a default here, so we can use it inside the index.js. So inside the index.js, instead of doing this one, we can just say app.use, and then we can just specify an address. For example, we just say API/user, and then we call that user route we have created here. But we have exported this one as a default, and we call it router here. But as we are exporting it as a default, we can import it with different name. So here we're going to import user route from routes/user.routes.js. And just make sure to add a JS at the end, because this is a backend. We need to add it. And then we have this user route here. Let me fix this one. So app.use, I think that is fine. So the address would be /API/user. And then inside the user route, we have /. So if you test this one, it should be /API/user and / here. So we get the same message. All right. But actually the best practice is to actually remove this functionality, this function, and put it inside a separate folder. Mostly the developers create another folder called controllers, which means the functions. And inside this folder, we're going to add all the functions, all the logics of our route. So here we create a folder called controllers, and then we add our first controller, which is user.controller.js. So here inside this, we're going to export a function, and we just call it test, for example. And we just add the function here. Okay. So now we have this function here. We can use this function inside the user.route. So we can just completely delete this. And then we can just call that test, which is coming from controllers folder. user.controller.js. We need to add the .js at the end. All right. So now if we test again, we should get the same result. If you refresh the page, as you can see, the API is working. We are getting that one. So we are getting the same thing, but actually we have a clean index.js because we're going to have different routes related to user authentication. If you have a different, another, for example, we are creating another web page for example, creating a video sharing application, you're going to have routes for uploading video, for example, for deleting video. So this is going to be a lot of things here. So, but in this way, we're going to keep it clean. Also, we're going to keep the user.js clean by adding all the function inside a separate folder. This is the best practice that mostly people do for creating routes. So that was it for creating the test route. Let's add this one to GitHub. So here we're going to just say create test API route. And we can just commit and push it to GitHub. All right, in the last section, we have created our test API route. In this section, we're going to create our sign up API route. So the procedure is completely similar, but as the authentication is very important, we're going to separate the user from the authentication. So here we have the user, a controller and user route. We're going to create a separate files for authentication too. So in this way, we're going to separate the most important part of your website, which is the authentication. So here we're going to create another route called auth.route.js. Similar to the test, we can just import Express from Express. We're going to create the router using express.router with uppercase R. And here we can just create our first auth, our first method, which is going to be post method. And this post method is going to be for we just call it, for example, sign up. And then inside the index.js, we're going to have another one because this is a different route. This is inside the auth. The previous one was the user. So here we're going to have /API/auth, and then we're going to call that auth route. So here I need to actually here I'm going to export it as a default. So I can import it inside the index.js. So let me copy this. And here the user must be auth, and this one must be auth. All right. So we have separated the two routes. So instead of going all of them to API/user, now we have API/auth as well. And also we're going to create a separate controller for authentication. We just say auth.controller.js. And here we're going to export a function called signup. And here for now, I want to show you what we get. Here, as you can see, we get request and response. Request is the data that we are getting from the client side, and response is the data we send back to the client side. So let me show you what I mean by that by console logging. Let me console log request.body. Okay. And then we're going to use this function inside let me close all files, so it's getting messy. So we're going to import that one in auth.route here, that sign up. So we're going to import this one, and don't forget to add .js at the end. So now we can complete the function. Now we are actually getting the request.body, console login. What we want to do, we want to test what we can send here. But this is a post method. For the post method, we cannot use the browser to test our API route because we want to send it and we don't have our UI yet. So what we can do is to use a program to do it. There are some softwares you can use to test your API, like Postman and Insomnia. For the sake of this project, I'm going to use Insomnia. Insomnia is free, and also it has a very nice user interface. So we can just go to Google and search for Insomnia API test. if you search Insomnia API test, this website, insomnia.res, this is the official website of the Insomnia. You can just click here and start here for free. As you can see, you can choose the free version. You can do whatever you want in the free version. Actually, you don't need to upgrade it. These are unnecessary things. And then you can just download it, and you can just download it for your operating system. I've already downloaded for my laptop before, so I just open it here. And once you're inside, as you can see, I have used it before for my applications. You can just go to home page. You click here in the home icon, and here you can just click on the create and create a new collection, request collection, and just name it, for example, MERN Auth. So here we just click on create, and we can create a different folder for our different routes. For example, for user, we're going to have different folder. We're going to have different for the auth as well. So here we can click here. We just create a new folder. I'm going to call this one, for example, we just create the first one. We just call it auth. We just kind of lowercase would be fine. And then here we just click on the folder and we create a new HTTP request. And we need to specify the address of our backend, our API, which is localhost clone 3000, and then /API /auth and /sign up. Okay. And this is going to be a post request. So we can change this get to post. And inside the body, we want to send something from the body of the browser. And then we can simulate this one inside the software we just click on body and JSON here. So here we're going to add our JSON. JSON format is like that. You need to put it inside the colon here, quote here, and then we just say username, for example, user1, and then we're going to have a comma. The next one is going to be email. For example, we just say user1@gmail.com. And finally, we're going to have the password. I just call it, for example, I just put my name. And then now, if we press send, we should see this data inside the terminal of our browser, because we have here inside the controller, we have console log request.body, and this is inside the backend, which is here in this terminal. We should see the request.body here. So I'm going to send it now. You can see the request is happening. So if you come back here, we can see we are getting undefined. The reason for that is by default, actually, we cannot send any JSON to our application. And in order to receive JSON, we need to go to index.js. And here, after creating the application, we can just say app.use express.json. This is going to allow JSON as the input of our backend. All right. So now, if we try again using Insomnia, we just send again this information. And if we come back to browser, if we come back to Visual Studio Code, we can see we are getting the username. I hope you can see it here. The username, email, and password here inside the terminal. So we got the data from the body section, but we don't want to just get the data. We want to save it inside the database. I'm going to show you how to do that here inside the controller of controller. Instead of console logging only the request.body, we want to destructure and get the name, email, and password from the request.body. And then what we want to do is to create a new user. And we're going to create this one using our model that we have created. Remember, we have created a model here. We can create a new user using new user, and this user is coming from our model. So let me just open this. If you have this file open and then we use Ctrl space at the end, this is going to automatically import it for you. So here I choose this one, but make sure to add .js here. Always, if you don't add this one, you're going to get an error. And then we can just add this information, name, email, and password. And we can use new user.save to save this. Okay, that's enough. But as this is an asynchronous behavior, because we're going to send the data and save it inside the database, and it takes time based on your internet speed and the connection to the server. So we need to make this one await here. So this await is actually tell the JavaScript to stay in this code until the result happen, until we receive a promise, and then go to the next line. So this is going to help us to don't get an error, because we are waiting for this response. And as we are using await, we need to change this function to asynchronous. So now we have a synchronous function which is having this await here. And after that, we can just have a response. First, we just add a status, for example, 201, and then with the message user created successfully. All right. So now if we test it inside the Insomnia and send the same information, we can see we are getting an error. Server return nothing. Let's see what error we have inside our terminal. All right. So we are getting an error here for our data. The validation failed. The username is required. I said here we use the name. Actually, this one is username, because we are sending username, not name. Okay. So let's test this one again. So if it's sent, we can see that we are getting the message user created successfully. That's a good sign. Firstly, we got the results. And now we have to check if this user is added to the database or not. So we go to MongoDB again. I have closed my MongoDB, but MongoDB has a daily session. So every day you need to sign in again. That's fine. So if you go now inside the MongoDB, our last database must be available for us, so we don't need to search for it. So as you can see, MERN Auth is selected. What we can do here, we already connected to that one. We can just check our database. So we go to database here here, and we click on browse collection. If you click on this browse collection, we're going to see our collection. As you can see, the name of our collection is MERN Auth, as we have defined it inside the index.js. Not here, inside the .env, we had just named this one MERN Auth, if you remember. And then we have the user model here, the user inside, because we have used here the name user. MongoDB is added a S automatically for us. So this is called users. And our first user is added, which is user1 at gmail.com, and the password is Sahan. All the information that we have sent from the Insomnia now is inside our database. But what if we send the same information again? If you remember, inside our model, we have made this username and email unique. So if we send the same username and email, we should get an error. So let's test this one. If we send, we get an error, but actually we don't see the error inside here. We see it inside our terminal, which is saying username is, let's go to the last error. And here you can see that they said that your username has a duplicate key, which is user1. But we don't want to see the error here inside the terminal. We want to send the error to the client side. So here, instead of just everything we put here, we can just use a try and catch method. So here, after this new user, we can use try and catch a statement. And we try this one inside here. I'm going to move it to the top. And as this is a await, so this is going to give us the response or an error. So if we get the response, it's fine. We get it here. And if the error happens, we're going to catch the error and we're going to send it to the user. We just say response.status. For example, we can just say a status of 500, and then we have a JSON. And I want to send this error.message, for example. So now if we try again, send the same information, we should get an error, but we should see the error here. So we just sent, as you can see, we got the error, duplicate key error, and it shows us the error. So that's fine. The other problem we have is this problem. We are saving the password as it is inside the database. This is not actually safe because if someone have access to our database, for example, if we have an admin, they see the password of the users of our website. Or if somebody hack our database, they can easily see the password and then they can abuse that information. So what we can do is to encrypt the password. What I mean by encryption is we use some algorithm to hash this password and combine it with other letters and characters, and we save it like that. And then once we need it, we can actually decode that one, or we can just compare it with our new hashed password if you want to compare it. So we don't know the password of our users. That's the best way and best practice to save password in database. So there are plenty of ways to do that. There are some packages we can use. The most common one is Reactjs. So here we can just inside the backend, we can just install the package. If you remember the backend, the package.json is in the root of our application. So we need to be inside the root, and then we just say npm install bcrypt.js. And once we have it, we can just import it at the top. We just import bcrypt.js from bcrypt.js. Make sure you just install bcrypt.js, not bcrypt. They are sound the same, and actually they have the same functionality, but the bcrypt one makes problem inside the production section. So you need to have the bcrypt.js, not the bcrypt. And then once we have this package, we can just, after getting the password here, we can change the password. The easiest way is to create a constant called hash password, and then let me show you the best practice and easiest way. And this is going to be bcrypt hash sync, all right? Hash sync. Because this is asynchronous, we need to use hash sync. If you use only hash, you need to add a wait here. So that is the simplest way. And then we pass the password here. Let me fix this const. We pass the password, and also this is the number of rounds for the salt. So this is kind of the random character that is going to be combined by our password and create this hash password. And then here, instead of saving the password, we're going to save the hash password. And the reason we are just using username here, and then we don't say username equal to username, after ES6, actually, if the key and the value has the same name, we can remove one of them. So this is the reason we do it here. And now if we try to create another user, or we just delete this user because this is not hash and safe, you can just delete this one. And if we try it again here inside the Insomnia, we send this information, we see that the user is created successfully. And then if we check our database, we refresh it by just clicking at the top, and here you can see our password now is actually hashed. As you can see, it's just the random letters and numbers, and it is hard to understand the original password. Actually, there are some methods to find the password, but actually it's very time consuming to do that, and it takes time for the hackers to do it. And if you choose this number bigger and bigger, the decryption gets harder and harder. But actually, if you use a very big number, the computation time takes longer, because this is asynchronous, takes longer to go to the next line. So you have to compromise between the complexity and the computation time. All right, that was it for creating the sign up API route. What we want to do here is to add this one to GitHub now. So I'm going to just name this one create sign up API route, and we can just add everything and commit and push it. All right, in the last section, we have created our sign up API route. In this section, we're going to handle the errors by creating a middleware and a function. So what I mean by that is, for creating a middleware, so inside the index.js, we can see we have different app.use that this is going to be called one by one after each other. And then if you create a middleware here, if you create the same things app.use, for example, we're gonna use this middleware, we can use it in our application by calling it. And what we can get here, we can get the error, we can get the request, response, and next. Error is the input of our middleware. So any error happens, we can send it to this. We have the request and response. And next is when we need to go to the next middleware, we use this next. So here, let's first fix this. Okay. So what we can do, for example, we can just create a constant. For example, we just say a status code. So what is a status code? So for example, here we just say a status code of 500 or 201. So for the error, we have different numbers. For example, 404 is user not found, or 403 is wrong credentials, or something like that. We have different status code. You can search it on Google and find different status code for different errors. So we get the status code from the error we have, okay? So this is actually not, we get the status code here. And also, what else? If there is no status code, instead of getting an error here, we can just say, if there is no status code, just use 500. 500 is actually the internal server error. So whatever error happens in the server, we can just put it 500. And then we can just have another message. For example, for the message, we can just say error.message. And then if there's no message, we can just say internal server error. And then once we have the status and the code, we can just return here with the response. A status, we just use the same status code here. And the JSON, I want to make it more actually information here. For example, we can just say success, false. We can just have the error message and also the status code, which is going to be this status code. And here, because these two have the same name, as I mentioned before, we can just remove one of them. And here we can just have only message. All right. So now how we use this middleware, that is the next step we need to know. So inside the auth.controllers, we have request response. We can add another thing called next. And here, instead of just creating our response for the error, we can just say next error. As simple as that. So now if we try to get an error, for example, we send the same data, if you see, now we get the error message from our middleware, which has this success false. We have the message, and also we have the status code, which is 500. All right. So as you can see, now we don't need to write down each time response.status.json error. We just say next error. That's it. And there are some times in our application that we need to create a custom error. So what I mean by custom error is sometimes we don't have an error in the system, but we want to show the error. For example, if there is some request and there is no error in the server, but we want to show the error to the user. For example, they didn't fill up some form, some data that is not mandatory, but we want it to be happen. So we can just send that custom error. So we can create a file. So if you go to API, we can create, let's create another folder called utils. And then here we can just add our file, which is error.js, for example. So here we're going to export a function and we call it, I don't know why I'm writing down counts always wrong. So export counts, we can just call it error handler. As you can see, we get the result here. And here we're going to have two inputs, which is going to be the status code and then the message. So these are the custom status code and the message we're going to give to this function and create the error. So here we just create a constant, we call it error, and we're going to use the error constructor. This is the JavaScript constructor, which is going to create a custom error. It just throw an error for us. We don't need to pass this message here. And then here we can just say error.status code is that status code. And then the error.message would be this message. So all of them is custom. And then we can just return the error. So now we can use this function in our application. For example, here, instead of just passing this error, I can create a custom error, which is, if you remember, the name of our the name of this function is error handler. So we just say error handler. We need to import it at the top, and then we just pass, for example, let's say I want to do something different so you can see that anything we can do. For example, here we just say something went wrong. So now if we try again to get an error here, we can see we are getting that custom error, which is something went wrong, and the status code is 300. Obviously, we don't need to handle the error with our custom error handler because we already have the error in our system. So we can just return this one to our next error. But as I mentioned before, in some cases in our application, we need to have a custom error. So I'm going to show you when we need it. I think in the next section we use that. So just for now, we have created this file. Let's add this one to the GitHub. We just add everything and we create a message. We just say add a middleware and a function to handle errors. All right, so we commit and push it to GitHub. All right, in the last section, we have completed our backend side. In this section, for the sign up page, we want to create this UI. As you can see, if you go to the final version of .100jsprojects.com/sign up, you can see this page. We want to create this one. This is going to have a title, 3 inputs, 1 button for sign up, and 1 button for continue with Google. I'm going to just create this one in the Google section, and then we're going to have an account sign in. So let's start creating that. We can just go to our own website, the final version. We just go to sign up, and I bring it to the right side and our Visual Studio Code to the left side so we can see the changes in real time. So we can just go to sign up page. We just need to go to the client SRC pages and sign up. So here I want to have a h1 tag saying sign up. Let me save this. So here we want to have some class name. I want to just keep it simple. Our focus is just React and MongoDB and the MERN stack. The Tailwind CSS, I want to keep it simple as much as I can. So here I just want to create, we just make the text bigger, just a text 3XL. And then let's bring it to the center using text center. And then let's make it semi-bold. And then we can just add a margin at the top and bottom of 7. All right. So that's okay for the H1. Then we're going to have 3 inputs, as you can see from the final version. The inputs and the button are inside a form. So we add a form here. We don't need action for that. And inside the form, we're going to have 1 input. The type would be text. We want to have a placeholder of saying username, and you can see it here now. And let's add an ID for that, saying username. So actually, I'm adding the ID because we want to track the changes inside the input, and later we're going to do it. So just for now, we add the ID so we can differentiate between the all inputs. And then we're going to have a class name. We just style it a little bit. We just add a background, a slate 100. And then we can just add a padding of 3. And let's make it with the rounded corner. So we just say rounded large. So that's okay for the input. And then we're going to copy this one 2 more times using Alt-Shift arrow down. And then we can just change this second one to email. The type would be email. The ID would be email. Okay. And then for the last one is going to be the password. So this is going to be password as well. And the type would be password. So we cannot see the things we write down. We just get the dots here. All right. So let's bring them on top of each other. In the form, we can add a class name. And this is going to be flex, display flex. We bring them first next to each other, and then we can just change the flex direction to column, flex dash col, and then we can add a space between them using gap, for example, 4, like this. And as you can see, they are connected to the wall. I want to add this padding to this div, so it can be applied to other things as well. So we add a padding of 3 here. As you can see, we added padding to everything. And then for the large screen, as you can see, the input is 100%. So we can here just do max width. We limit the maximum width to large. So this is going to make the form smaller in the largest screen too. But I want to bring it to the center, so I just use MX Auto, which is margin X Auto. So now we have it in the center. All right. So it's okay in the mobile screen and also in the largest screen. So after that, we're going to have a button. The button is going to say sign up. And then this is going to be with the type of submit. But as a default, we have a type of submit. We don't need to write it down. And then we're going to have a class name. Let's make its background color to be a slate. Let's make it dark, like 700. And now we cannot see the text, so we can change the text color to white, for example. All right. So now we add a padding of 3, and let's make it rounded too. So we just say rounded large, and let's make it uppercase. So all the letters will be uppercase. Sign up. And finally, we can just add a hover effect. So when we bring the mouse over it, we want to change its opacity. So I want to change the opacity to, for example, 95%. So if you hover over it, we can see that it changed its color. And then when it is disabled, I want to change the opacity even more to 80%. So when the button is disabled, for example, if I just say here disable, you can see the color is this color. All right, so we delete the disable for now. After that, we're going to have an account sign in. But we can just put it outside the form. So we can just create a div, and inside the div, we're going to have a paragraph saying have an account. Okay, I think so. Have an account, and then we're gonna have a span here saying sign in. So, but I wanted this span be different. I want the color to be blue. So we just say text blue, for example, 500. And then I want this sign in. When I click on it, go to the sign in page. So we need to import link. So I can delete that one. We just say import link from React router DOM, and then we can just cover this span with the link. And this is going to be /sign-in, and then you need to close it. And then we bring this one inside this. So now if I click on the sign in, I go to the sign in page. But let's bring them next to each other. So in this div, we're going to use a flex, and then we can just create a gap between them. For example, gap 2. And then we can just add a margin at the top of 5. So we add some space between here and the top. And I forgot here to add a question mark. Okay. So that was it for creating the sign up page UI. Let's add this one to GitHub. So we add this page, and then we just say complete sign up page UI. All right. So we can add it to GitHub. We can see it inside the GitHub now. If we refresh the page. All right. In the last section, we have completed the sign up page UI. In this section, we're going to work on the functionality of this page and connect it to our database and also the backend. So what we can do here is we add an unchanged event listener to each input. So I can do it at the same time by adding a cursor by just using Alt. So you need to just keep the Alt and then choose here and just press enter, and you can just add it unchanged. this is going to call a function called handle change, or okay, handle change. All right, so now all of them, they have an onChange event listener, which is triggering a function called handle change. And we can add the function here at the top. We just create the handle change. We get the event here inside this parenthesis. And then, so we need to actually save the changes inside a piece of state. Let me close this first. Okay. And then here we create a piece of state. We need to have a bracket. And we want to save all of them in one piece of state. So we can call that one form data, for example. And this is going to be set form data. And then the initial value will be an empty object. So now here, we can just change it like this. Let me just accept this one. So we use the strip operator to keep the previous value of the form data. And then we have added the new one here. And how we know which input is actually changing. We know the ID is different. The ID of first one is username, this one is email, and this one is password. So when for example, we write something in the input of username, this is going to be username. And then we're going to get the value of that here. And then we add it to this form data, and we just keep the previous value as well. So let me show you by just console logging the form data. And then let's bring this one to the right side. Actually, we are getting an error here. Let's see what error we are getting. So the error is user state is not defined. So we need to actually import user state, which is coming from React. We just need to have control space and then add it automatically. Okay, now we are not getting an error. So the error are gone. We can see the changes here. Let me clear this. For example, if I write down something here, for example, I just say user 1, you can see the username is user 1. And if I write down something in email, this is going to keep the username because we have this spread operator and keeping the form data. We just say, for example, user1@gmail.com. You can see that the email is added. And also we have keeping this username. And finally, we can just write down something for the password. So now we have all the information inside this form data. Also, I want to show you something else because we have installed an extension called Console Ninja. I think it's called this one. Yeah, Console Ninja. We can see the console inside the Visual Studio Code. We don't need to see it inside here. So this is you just need to hover over it. And then you can see now the username is user1 email. And then it starts from the beginning to the end. So the last console log is at the end. So you can just copy it, for example, here. And it's a very nice, and the user interface is very beautiful. All right. So that is the console log. But now we can use this form data and send this form data to our backend and save the new user inside the database. So let's delete actually this console log. We don't need it now. But we want to add an onSubmit event listener to the form. So we just add it onSubmit. And this is going to call a function called handle submit. And then we need to create this function here. So handle submit, this should be asynchronous because actually we are waiting for the data to be added to the database. So this one takes time. And always for fetching data, we need to use await. So this is going to be asynchronous. And also we have the await events here. What we do first is to write down event.prevent default. This is going to prevent refreshing the page when we submit the form. So let me close this and I show you. Now, if I click on submit, this is not going to refresh the page. But if you don't have this, if you submit, you can see that the page is refreshing. Okay. So after that, we want to create a request to the database, to our backend. And the address for the backend, if you remember, it was localhost 3000. It was 3000 and then API/authentication/sign up. So we can just here create a response. I just write down S. and we can just use fetch to request, and this one should be 3000, and then this is auth / sign up, and then we need to add the form data here. So let me delete this. Okay, so now we have just created the request, and then we get the data. So we need to convert the response to JSON to be able to see our response from the backend. And let's console log data here and see that it is working or not. So let's test this one. So we go to our website. Let's see, we are getting an error. Okay, I think, we missed some parentheses here. So this is a parenthesis is opening here. Which, okay, we didn't close the parenthesis for the handle submit. Let me close that. Okay, now let's try. We already have user 1 in our database. Let's add user 2. So I'm going to copy this, user2@gmail.com, and the password will be Sahand. So if I click on sign up, let's test that if it's working or not. We go to database, we refresh the page. Oh, it's not added actually. Okay, let's see what we get inside the console log. Okay, as we are actually we are sending the data from localhost 5173, it's been blocked by course policy because the URL of our front end and back ends are different. So in order to be able to receive data from the different URL, we need to add a course policy. But actually in the final version, we're going to have the same URL for the client side and the backend side, because we want to deploy them both in the same website. But for now, we can just add a proxy to our front end. So in order to create a request, we don't need to do it for the 3000, we do it to 5000. So in this case, we don't get an error. So in order to add a proxy in the Vite, we need to go to the client vite.config.js, and here we add the server here first, and then proxy. And then if we go to the API, so if we go to the /API in any URL, we're going to use localhost 3000 instead. And then, so this is going to be completed. And also we can add another thing. So I think it's target. This one should be here. So instead of this, we're going to have saying target this one. And also we want to change the origin to true. Let's close this. All right. So each time we go to /API, we're going to use localhost 3000 instead of localhost 5000. So here in the sign up, we don't need to add this one anymore. We just delete it. So this is going to be /API /auth /sign up. So now if we try again, let me paste this user2@gmail.com and Sahand. If you click on sign up, the error is this time 404 not found. So the address is not there. I think the proxy is not working. Let's check the proxy again. So the API, that's fine. Maybe we need to restart this front end because we are changing a config file. Let's stop this and start it again. Let's test again. So we are getting the same error. So let's see. Sign up. That is correct. /API /auth. Let's check the network. That's the problem is the proxy. Let me check this proxy again. And let's remove this change of origin. And also we want to change the secure to false because they don't have HTTPS. So the secure is false actually. Now let's try again. I just quickly put the same. Okay, let's open the console first. Okay, it's not working. So let me pause the video and check the problem. I'll be back. All right, so I have tested everything. So actually the proxy was fine. It can be the same things. But the sign up section, I have added the method of post. We need to add the method post and header content type application /JSON. So we just say the type of our content is JSON and method is post. And also we need to stringify the form data using json.stringify, and we just pass it to the body section. So now if we try to sign up, for example, with user2@gmail.com, I just choose a password, and then we go to console. I just clear the console, and then if I try again, you can see we got a message, user created successfully. And in the network section, if we check this sign up, we can see that we have requests to this URL, and the status code was 201, and then the response was user created successfully. And if you check our database and we refresh the page, we should see that user2 is added to our database as well. So that was successful. So the trick was adding this method, headers, and body section. Before I have done it with the Axios, you don't need to add these things. You need to install Axios and do it. But Axios made me some problem in the production section. So I've decided to use Fetch now. But if you use Fetch, you need to add these things. So it's getting a little bit messy. So Axios is going to handle all of them for you. But for Fetch, you need to add other things. So now, actually in the URL, we didn't add any localhost 3000 or anything like that. And in the production section, we don't need to add it too, because the URL of our client and the backend would be the same. Let's delete this console log. Now let's say actually we do something here, because we do sign up, but we don't see any loading effect. So when we just submit, I want this one saying loading, and then this button be disabled. And if an error happens, I want to see the error as well. So we can do it by adding 2 extra pieces of state, one for error, and this is going to be null at the beginning, and then we're going to have one for loading. Okay. And then what we do here, when we do the request, before the request, or we can just add a try and catch here, try and catch a statement. So we add the try and catch a statement. We put everything inside the try. Okay. Before fetching data, I want to set the loading to true. So the loading will be true. And then when everything is done and we get the data successfully, we set the loading to false. And also we set the error to false too. Let me change this one null to false. The reason I'm adding the loading false here, because sometimes we have an error in the system from the previous request. So we want to remove that one as well. So here, initial value of the error, I want to make it false too. And then if an error happened, first we set the loading to false, and then we set the error to true. Now we have these two pieces of state, and then we can just add them in our application. For example, for the button, instead of saying just sign up, we just say if there is a loading, we just say loading. If not, we just say sign up. So now if we try to add something, for example, user3@gmail.com, just pay attention to this sign up. When I click, this one will be loading, and then would be a sign up. So we have the loading effect. Also, I want to make the button disabled when the loading is happening. So we just say disabled, and this is going to be equal to loading. So if the loading is true, the disable is true. If not, disable would be false. So let's try again with the user4. And if you click, you see that the button is disabled for a second, and then we have sign up. But what if there is an error? For example, we have user4 in our database. If you click, we get an error, but we don't see the error here. So we can add another div here at the end for the error, or if we add a paragraph, we just say, if there is an error, then just create a message saying something went wrong, for example. So let's save this. And then I want to just make this one red too. So text red. And we just choose, for example, 700. And then we add some padding at the top. And we just say margin top 5. The same margin 5 we have here. So if we try now, we should get the error. Let me see the console. we are getting the error here, but why we don't see it here? Let's check that we have done it correctly or not. So here we catch the error. We set the error to true, and then the error is here. So the error is true. So if error is true, and then we should see the text something went wrong, but why we don't see it? So let's refresh the page. Maybe it didn't affect, and then we do it again. We just say user3 at gmail.com, and then I just put a password. Okay, let's try again. Yeah, we are getting the error, but we are not seeing it here. That's a little bit strange. So let's see. Okay. So let's remove this first one for now. This false. Maybe this is removing our. Okay. Let me pause the video and I'll check. I'll be back when I find the error. So I find the error. Actually, sometimes the try and catch doesn't work, and the error, and we get the data, but we don't get an error. But that data is not what we want. Actually, is showing the error inside the data. So here we just have to say if the data has the error, and then set the error to true. So we do it like this, and then we return. Let's try again now. Just choose this user3. So we try to sign up. Let's actually console log the data here. We see that if we get the error here. Let's try again. So here, if there is an error, we just get the error here, the message duplicate key, for example. So we should actually, we see that we are getting the success false here. So the data we are getting, the data dot success, or what we are getting here, message and status code. So we can just say if there is data dot success is equal to false. Let me fix this. Okay, so the success is false, and then we want to set the error to true. Let's test this one. Okay, now it's working. So it just says something went wrong. So we can just delete this one, and then also you can remove the try and catch, but it's okay. You can keep it like that too. Because I have tried this one with Axios before, and for Axios try and catch is working, but for fetch, I never tried before, so now I'm testing it for the first time. So for the fetch, we need to actually do this one to show the error. So now, if we refresh the page, we see that we don't have an error. And then here, what we should know, if there is no error, we have to set the error to false. Otherwise, we're gonna have the error from the previous try. So here, let's try again. Now we see the loading effect, and we see that something went wrong. And then if we try again, we should see that the message is gone. So actually, we can just bring this one a little bit upper. So here, after the set loading true, we can remove the previous error. So now the error is going to be away, and then we see the new error. And if we try to get a correct one, for example, user 5, we see that we don't get an error, and user is created successfully. All right. So that was it for adding the functionality for the sign up page. So let's actually add it to the GitHub. Let's try to add this one. We just say complete sign up page functionality, and then we commit and push it to GitHub. All right, in the last section, we have completed the sign up page functionality. In this section, we're going to work on the sign in page. We haven't created the sign in page yet. First, we want to create the API route. And after completing the API route, we're going to create the sign in page UI and connect it to the API route. So the procedure is very similar to the one we did for the sign up API route. We need to go to Visual Studio Code. Let me increase the size here. So we need to, let me close everything so we can have focus. And we just go to the API folder. We go to the routes first. auth.route.js, we need to add another route with the post request, but this time for the sign in. First, let's just delete this one. First, we need to create the function inside a controller, auth.controller.js. So for the sign in, that's the same procedure. We need to create a function. We get the request and response. Request is the data that we are getting from the client side. Response is the data we send back to the client side, and we use next to use our middleware for handling the error. So here we're gonna first, as you can see, we need to get the data from what we want to do. We want to get email and password from request and body. We use that email and password to verify that person. All right. So first thing first, we want to add a try and catch method. So let me delete this. So here inside the catch, let me close this one so we don't get an error. So the catch, we're going to just use next and we pass the error. So this is going to handle the error. For the try, first we want to check if the email is correct or not. So we want to check firstly the email. So we just say, we get the user, we call it valid user. And this is a asynchronous function. So we just use await, and then we just use our user model that we have created. And then the user model, the Mongoose has a method called find one, and we can search for inside the database for the email, this email that we are getting. Actually, you have to write down email, but after ES6, we don't need to do it because the value and the key is similar. We can just we can delete one of them. So after that, we get a valid user. We want to check if the valid user is not valid. If the user is not valid, we're going to return. As you can see, we can return with an error. But as we have created the middleware and a custom error message using that utils folder here, error.js, we can just create an error and send it to the user. So here we can just say next, and we use this function that we have created here, error handler. So we just say error handler, and then we just add a status code and a message. We need to import the error handler. So if you don't see the suggestion, you just need to open the file here. When you open it, the VS Code is going to find that suggestion. So you can just auto import it at the top. Error handler from utils/error.js. And for this one, because the user is not existed, the email is not valid, we just say 404, and then we just say user not found. Okay. And if the email exists, we're going to pass this one. And then now we want to check the password. As you can see, we are getting the suggestion. So we want to check the password, valid password. We use the bcrypt.js.compareSync method. So this compare sync, because the password we are getting from the body is the normal password, and the password inside the database is hashed and encrypted, we cannot compare it directly. We need to use bcrypt.js. So we compare this password with the password inside the database, which we are getting the user, and then we just use the password here to get the user's password, and we compare it with the one we get from the body. And now we just say if the password is not correct, we're going to return an error. But this time, this is going to be 401, invalid password. But the best practice is actually don't tell the user what is wrong with their sign in, because people's going to check. If the password is wrong, they're going to just change the password each time and find the correct password. So we just need to say wrong credentials or username or email is not correct. So wrong credentials, okay? It can be 401, okay, or 403. Both of them are fine. And after that, when we are completely sure that the email and password, both of them are correct, then we want to add a token to the cookie of the browser. So token is just a hashed value of the unique things from the user. For example, it can be email, ID, or username. We make this one encrypted and put it inside a cookie, And later, when we need to verify the user, we can use that token. So there are some packages to create the token. The most famous one is JSON Web Token. So we need to install JSON Web Token inside the root of our project. We just say npm install JSON Web Token. When we install it, we need to import it at the top. We just import JWT from JSON Web Token like this. And then here, we just create the token. We just say const token JWT.sign. And as I mentioned here, we need to actually add unique things from the user. And if you check the database, we can see we have username and email. They are unique, but the best practice is use this ID because this ID is automatically created by MongoDB and it's completely unique. And each time you get a different ID. So you can verify that person with this ID. And the another things we need to consider, because the token can be accessed by the client. So if we just use, for example, email or the username, for example, if you make a social media account, people know each other's username, for example, or email. So they can just create the token themselves and just do malicious things for that person if you know the person's username. But still, actually, you need some extra security to pass. But if the hackers know what they are doing and they know your username or email, they can do it easier. But the ID is actually something that people don't know from other users. So you don't know others' users' ID. All right, so we're going to use the ID. And the ID of the user, we know the ID is not going to, we just use ID and then we have the user here. And then the user has ID and it's underline ID. It's not ID. In the database, you can check it's underline ID. All right. And then after that, we just need to add a secret code. So what is this secret? This is something unique about your projects. And in order to later use that token to verify the user, you need to provide this secret key again. So this is going to add an extra security to your token. So your token is unique for your project. And if someone else use different JWT secret key, they're going to have a different token because it is created based on their own secret key. And because this is for you and you don't want to share with others, we just needed to add it inside the .env file so we can just keep it secret. So inside the .env, we're going to add that JWT underline secret. This can be anything, can be your name or anything. You can just put some random letter of numbers to make it more secure. But this is for you, and you just need to know this one when you are doing in the production. You have to add the same secret key, and this is always yours. And if you change it after creating some users, and you change the secret key, the new users actually cannot go inside their account because you changed the secret key. All right, so now you have it here. We don't need to actually this one. We can just close this. Okay. Now we have the token. We can just put this token inside the cookie of the user, the client side. So what we can do, we can just say response. We just say response.cookie. And then we're going to pass this token here. And we just name this token. It can be token, access token. You call it whatever you want. Just say access underline token. And then, so this is going to be added inside the browser's cookie with the name access token. And the value would be this token. And this is the extra option we can add, HTTP only true, which is going to prevent the third-party applications to modify this cookie or change it. So this is going to add another extra security for your cookie. And also we can add a status of, for example, 200. And then we're going to send back that user, this valid user. Why we are sending back this one to the user? Because we want to use this data to add it, for example, to places like, if you look at the final version, we have this avatar here and then the profile. So we are using that data to create the client side. So we need to send back that data. All right, so let's test this one inside the Insomnia. So we have just created, let me zoom this one if you can zoom it so you can see better. And we can increase the size. Let's change this name. This was for sign up. Because the sign in is very similar, I'm just going to duplicate this one, or duplicate this one, and then we just change the name to sign in. And actually the URL is API/auth/sign in. If you remember, inside the index.js, we added this API/auth, and then inside the router, we have /sign in. Okay. We forgot to add this function. So we have created the function inside the controller. Now we can use it inside the route. We just import it here too. So sign in and sign up from the controller. So now we just go to Insomnia. We have changed this one. We don't need to send the username, just email and password is enough. And if you send this one, and we know that we have the user1@gmail.com and with the password hand, and if we send this one, we get this, we are getting an error. We are saying that res.cookies is not a function. Okay, let's check. All right, so let's see. Okay, actually, I have made a mistake here. This is with 2 O's and cookie. It pronounced like that. Okay, the spelling is like that. So double O and K. Now, if we check again, we try again. Okay, that is let me see. Let me check again. Okay, it's not cookies, it's cookie. Res.cookie. Sorry about that. So let's check again. Okay, now we are getting the response. As you can see, we are getting the response. It has the ID, username, email, password, and created ad and updated that ad. And also we have a cookie here. If you click on the cookie, you can see we have a cookie with the name access token, and this is the value for that. And but the problem is we are getting the password here. Even the password is hashed. It is not safe to send it to the client side, and it's not okay to send the password to the client side. So we need to actually remove the password. There is a very simple solution for that. So here, after getting the valid user, we can remove the password from that after checking the password. Even here, after the token is fine. We can just create a constant and we destructure actually the password and the rest. So as you can see, we separated the password and the other things. We can just call this one rest. It makes more sense. So we separated the password and the rest. And then instead of sending back the valid user, we can send back the rest. So now if we try, now, we should see that we don't get the password here. We just get the rest. Okay. And the reason we are adding this underlined doc is actually the valid user. If you just destructure the valid user like that, and if you try, we can see that we are getting all the information and unnecessary information because we need to destructure this underlined doc here. So make sure to always add this underlined doc here at the end. So you destructure it correctly, and like now you get the correct answer. And also each time you request, you get a new token. So each time the person sign in, you get a new fresh token. And this token actually is just a session. So if the person close the browser and open it again, I think they need to sign in again. If you want to keep them sign in for a longer time, you can just add more things here, like you need to just add some age, I believe you need to add age, and then just put the time. And this one is, if you check here, it's based on a second, I think. And then this is going to be, you should divide this one and calculate how many times you need. So if we try this one, I think, so if we said now, actually we are getting an error. Let's see, the age is not defined. I think it's not age, it's something, it's some, I forgot how to do it, but you can search here how to add cookie with expiry date. Okay, I think this one will be okay. And then this is the answer. Okay, you need to just, you just need to add, I think, max age. That's the things. Let's try this one. Paste it here. Max age. Or we can use this chat actually, it helps us. Okay, you just choose this one. And then in the chat, we can ask, add expiry date for this cookie. Okay, instead you can add an expiry date to cookie by passing the expires option to the cookie method. And okay, so it can be anytime, 1 hour or something. This is for 1 hour. And let's pass this one. So you need to actually calculate the current time and add the time you need. For example, this is for 1 hour. And then you just need to add expires and add the expiry date. So let's test this one. Okay, now we have a cookie. And then actually you cannot see it now here, but inside the header, you can see that we have a date for the cookie to be added. And then we can check it inside the browser as well. All right, so that was it for checking with Insomnia. But in the next section, we're going to actually create the front end, and then we test it inside the front end, and you can see the cookie and everything else in more detail inside the browser. So just we have added the cookie, and everything is fine. We just added the actual expiry date. All right, so everything is fine. This is for 1 hour. You can just add the more time. You can just add more time here. All right, so let's add this one to GitHub, and we just call this one create sign in API route. All right, in the last section, we have completed the sign in API route. In this section, we're going to create the front end for the sign-in page and create the UI and also connect it to the backend. So we just bring this one to the right side, our final version, the current one that we are working in the sign-in page. And I want to bring this one to the left side so you can see the changes in real time. I can close everything, and then we just go to client, source, pages, and sign in. And this is actually very similar to the sign up page. We can just actually copy everything. But we don't need to actually import this one in the sign up page. I don't know what's that. So we can just choose everything, use Ctrl+C, and then we just go to here and we paste it here. So now, if we refresh this page, we see that we get the same page as the sign up, but let's change the necessary part. For example, the name here is sign in, the function name is sign in, and then everything is similar. We have error, we have form data loading, we have a handle change that is going to track the changes inside the inputs. We have a submit, handle submit, but here the address for fetching data is different. It's sign in, API/auth/sign in, and then we don't need this console log. We can delete this. And then what we have here, we have sign up for the title. This should be sign in. Okay. You should see the sign in here. And then for the sign in, we just need the email and password. We can just delete this username part. And the other things we need to add is this, change this button. It says sign up. It should be sign in. And then here we are asking have an account. It should be don't have an account. Don't have an account. To make sure don't add this one here. If you add this, you should get an error in the production section. Just delete it. Just say don't have an account. If you want to add that one, you need to add it in a different way. It should be a symbol. Let me check. Symbol for programming. See if we can get this one. Okay. I forgot how to do it. Let's check the here. So we just say add clone to don't with symbol. Let's see what we get. Yeah, apostrophe. I just say I don't want to get an error. Get an error in production. To avoid errors, you should always test this. That's just saying nonsense. It's fine. It's not that important. So you just say don't have an account, don't add an apostrophe. And then here, this one should be sign up. And then this one should go to sign up. So now we can just test it. We can just refresh the page now. If you remember, we have the user1. Let me increase the size. user1@gmail.com. Password is Sahand. Let's see the console if you get an error or something. So if you just click on sign in, we are not getting an error. So let's check the network. As you can see, we are getting the response here with the ID, username, email, and everything else. And then, as you can see, we sent a request for this URL inside the header. And also we got a cookie back here. And the cookie expires at this time, which is in 1 hour. And then this is HTTP only. And also we can see this cookie inside the application. And if you go to this one, you can see the address. You can see we have a cookie with this value, expires at this time, HTTP only, and the path is /. And if you refresh the page, we can still see this cookie. It means that we can use it to authenticate the user later or verify the user for doing some other activities like deleting or updating the account. So this one is created, but when we are signed in, actually we want to go to the home page. All right. So it's very simple to do that. Actually, you can just, we have a React router down. We need to import another things called use navigate. I think use navigate. And then we need to initialize it here. We just say const navigate equals to use navigate. And then we can use this navigate to go in another page. So if everything is all right here and there is no error, we can just navigate to /, which is homepage. So let's test this one. So let's again use this user. Okay, if we now click on sign in, we should go to the homepage. Okay, you can see we are redirected to the homepage. And also we can do the same thing for the sign up. If the sign up is successful, we want to redirect the person to the sign in page. So we go to the sign up page too, and then we can just do the same things. We bring the use navigate, initialize it here, and then we can just, after everything is all right, we can just navigate to the sign in page. All right. So let's test this one too. So be sure everything is working correctly. We can just create another user. For example, user, I think we have created until 5, maybe just say 8 at Gmail, user 8. user8@gmail.com. We can use the same password and we just click on sign up and we are redirected to the signing page. We can use the user8 sign in and now we are in the home page. All right. So everything is working successfully and nicely. But we want to actually show the data of this user in other places like here in the avatar or in the profile page. But because we are using the data in different places, we cannot use the normal passing props. It is going to be very messy because you have to, if you have a big application, you have to pass the data in a different components. So the best practice for that one is to use a global state. So we save this data, the user data that we are getting from the response when we do the sign in. Where is sign in? Okay. When we get the response, we want to save this data. So in different places, we want to use this data. So we're going to save this one as a global state using some, like you can use context or you can use Redux. We're going to use Redux Toolkit, which is the new and it's easy to use the Redux itself. So we're going to use Redux Toolkit to save this information in a global state and then use this information everywhere we need. For example, in the sign-in page, in a profile, or for protecting a page. So we can just use this information in the front end using Redux Toolkit. So in the next section, we're going to start working with Redux Toolkit, and I'm going to show you how to use it. So see you in the next section. But actually, I forgot to do the other things. We want to add this one to GitHub. Sometimes I forget. So we add everything. We just create a message. We can just say complete the sign-in page functionality. And then we commit and push it to GitHub. All right, in the last section, we have completed the sign-in page functionalities. In this section, we're going to work on creating the React Redux toolkit, which is going to help us to have access to the user's information in all places in our application. For example, in header, in the profile page, and etc. Here, if we search for Redux toolkit, the official website is reduxtoolkit.js.org. And here we can just click on Get Started. And here we can just go to Quick Start. If you scroll down a little bit and you click on the JavaScript part, first you can see we need to install Reactjs /toolkit. And then we need to create a store for our, we create a store. We store all the variables here inside the store, all the slices. And then we need to create and add this store to all applications using a provider. And once we do it, we create our Redux state slice. So in our case, it's user slice.js. And then we just create it and export it here. Export all the actions and then export the reducer. And finally, we can use this one. Actually, we need to first add the slice in the store here. And once we have added the slice to the store, we can use this one, use the actions of our slice in our application by just importing it by use selector hook, which is coming from the React Redux. It sounds a little bit complex and complicated and hard to learn, but once you build this one few times, you're gonna completely remember it and you can do it. So I'm going to show you, I'm going to make it without looking at this one. You can see how easy it is. So the Redux toolkit is actually inside the front end. So you have to work on the client side. So inside the client, let's close everything. And we need to create the store inside the src folder. We just create another folder called Redux. And inside this folder, we're going to have a file called store.js. And here we're going to create our store. So first we need to import something called configure store. Configure store, which is coming from React Redux /toolkit. But we don't have this package yet. We need to install it. So we need to go to our client side first. This is our root. So we just go to client by using cd client. And then here we're going to install two packages, Redux.js /toolkit and also React-Redux. So we're going to need these two packages. And once we import the configure store, we can just export our store using the configure store. And this is going to have our reducers. And then, so first, we don't have any reducers. So first, we're going to keep it empty. And then we're going to, as you can see, we're going to have the middleware, which is good. We are getting the get default middleware. And this get default middleware is going to do some options for us. For example, serializable check false is going to prevent some errors while we are using Redux toolkit. And then we're going to close this. Okay. So now we don't have this reducer. We're going to create our first reducer, which is a user reducer. And just we have created a middleware to disable the serializable check. Otherwise, we're going to get an error. And then now we have this store. We need to add it to our application. And the place we need to add it is our app.js. Actually, we need to add it to main.js. So this is actually the root of our application. And then the app.js is going to be inside it. So if we cover this app.js with our provider, with our Redux provider, we're going to cover all our application and add this store to all application. So here we need actually to import our store that we have created, which is coming from the, if you just remember, it was inside a folder called Redux and then a store. But don't forget to add the JS here. Okay, so here we have imported a store from the Redux /store.js, which is here. And then we need to import another things, which is provider from React-Redux. And then here, we're going to cover the app. You can just delete that React strict mode, and then we can just add our provider that we have imported. And this is going to have a store here. So we're going to pass the store that we have created inside the provider. So now actually our store is working in our application. All right. So the next step is to create the user slice. A slice is just like a piece of state, like we use like a loading and error using user state. A slice is actually the same thing. So inside the folder, the Redux folder, we're going to create another folder and just we call it user. And inside the user, we're going to have our user slice.js. And here we're going to create our slice using create a slice. Create a slice is coming from Redux.js /toolkit, not option, the Redux. Create a slice. And once we have the create a slice, we're going to firstly create the initial state, which is for us, if you remember from our sign-in page, we had the error loading. So these were going to be actually false at the beginning. So these are similar. Here we have user, we have current user, which is null at the beginning. Then also we have loading, which is false, and also error, which is false too. And then we can just close this. So we have the initial state. Now we want to create the user slice using that create a slice. So we add this one here. The name of this slice is going to be user. The name, you just choose the name here. And then we're going to have the initial state. After that, we're going to have our reducers. Reducers are actually the functions we want to add. So using these functions, we want to change the state of our user. For example, we want to change the loading, we want to change the error and current user. So the first reducer we want to add is, I want to call it sign in a start. So we can just say sign in a start, and we can get the state here. First, we get the state, and we just set the state that loading to true. After that, we're going to have our second function, which is sign in success. Sign in success is going to give us, and we can get two things actually here. We can get the state and action. Action is kind of, we get the data from here. For example, in sign in, where when we want to request, we set the loading to true and set the error to false. After the successful fetching, as you can see, we got the data. This data can be added to our reducers as the action. And this data, we can pass it and then get it here as action.payload. So here, as you can see, we are setting the current user to action.payload, which is coming from our request. For example, data in our case. And then we set the loading to false, because first was true and then it's false because the sign-in is success. And then the error is false as well, because maybe we had an error before this request. Maybe this is our second request and the previous request had an error. So we want to clear that error as well. And then we're going to have sign-in failure. Sign-in failure means we get an error. So here we're going to set the loading to false, and then we're going to set the error to action.payload. So it can be, for example, this error. We can get, here is true actually, but you can get the data. For example, you can get the error. a specific error. Okay. So we have these things. We can just close it now. We close the reducer, and also we're going to close this user slice. Now we need to export it so we can use it in other places. So we just export the sign-in start, sign-in success, and sign-in failure. And these are going to be inside the user slide.actions. So in this case, we can later using these functions by dispatching the actions. All right. So, and also we need to export the reducer as well. We export default the reducer, and we call this reducer user reducer. So now we have this reducer. We can add it firstly in our store because we didn't add any reducer here. So here we just add this reducer, which is user reducer, and we need to actually import it at the top. So we need to import user reducer from this user slice, and because we have exported as a default here, we can change its name. The name is actually reducer, user side.reducer, but we can change it and we just call it user reducer. Okay. So now we have done the first three parts, adding the store, add the store to our application, create the slice. Now we can use these slice and actions in our application. For example, in sign-in.jsx, instead of just doing this error and loading, now here we can just delete them. And then here we can just use our actions that we have created. First, we need to import them. Let's import sign in start, sign in success, and sign in failure from the user slice. And then we need to dispatch these actually functions. So we need to import use dispatch from React Redux. After the import, we need to initialize it like the use navigate. We need to initialize use dispatch. We call it dispatch. And now before the request, we dispatch the sign-in success like this. So this is going to actually make the loading true. So we don't need to write down loading true. So we just say sign-in start. After the request, instead of setting the loading to false, we can just say dispatch sign-in success, and then we're going to pass the data. All right. And then if an error happens, instead of doing the set error, we can just say dispatch sign-in failure, or here we just say dispatch sign-in failure, and we can pass this error as the payload. Okay. So now we have just dispatched everything. And instead of now getting the error like this using use effect, we can just get both of the error and the loading. We just need to destructure loading and error, which is going to be by use selector. And use selector, we need to import it from React Redux. And then this is going to be from a state.user. If you remember, we called our slice user. So the name of this one is user. So if you look at the here sign-in page, we can see that we get the name state.user here. So now we just got this sign-in success, sign-in failure, and sign-in start. We can now test our application. If we go to here, we can see that now we are getting an error. Let's see what's the reason for the error. If we go to console, we can see that the name create a slice is not actually provided. If we go back to store.js, it's user slice.js. Actually, this create a slice must be lowercase. So we have to change the C to lowercase. Now we can see we are not getting an error. And for testing the Redux, we need to actually we can use a package called, an extension called Redux Dev Tools. You can add it to your Chrome or Firefox, and you're going to see a Redux here. Or you can just right click, and here we just say Redux Toolkit and just choose, for example, to write, which is going to open it like this, and then you can bring it to the right side. I think I've opened it 2 times. So you have this Redux Toolkit. Now, if we sign in, we should see our changes here inside the actions and states. Let's sign in with one of our accounts, which is user 1. gmail.com. If we click on sign in, we can see first we have sign in start and then we have sign in success. We have a payload here. If you open it, we can see the payload is the user information. We have ID, username, email, and the time of creation and update. Here you can see this in the state, we have a user state, and inside the user, we have three things: current user, loading, and error. Inside the current user, we have the information of the current user. So that was successful. We could manage to do it. And let's get an error. For example, we see that the changes here. For example, if I choose a user that does not exist, like user, for example, 20@gmail.com, I just put a random password. So now if we click on sign in, we can see that we got the sign in start inside the act. If a difference, you can see we get the sign in start and then we got sign in failure at the end. And the user, now the loading is false, and the current user, the success is false. The message is user not found, and we have a status code of 404. As I mentioned before, as we are using fetch, we are not getting that part here. We are not going to this part. Try and catch, we are not dispatching the failure here. Okay, so here we can just actually add a payload for the sign-in failure as well. So here we have data.message. Okay, and also we need to move this signing success here after this checking, so we don't signing success before checking the error. All right, so now let's test again. Let's clear this one, so we can, let me just reset it now. So everything is empty, the current user is null. If you click now on sign in, you can see now we got just the sign in start and sign in failure, and the current user is null, and we have an error, user not found. But as you can see, we are getting this something went wrong here, because actually here at the end, we just said if there is an error, just say something went wrong. So we can change this one. We just say if there is an error, you just show the error.message. Or if there is no message, just show something went wrong. So let's change this one. It doesn't work like that. So that is message. And then we change this one to a question mark. If there is this one, we get this. And then if there is no error, you just make it an empty string here, like this. So if there is an error, we just show the message. If there is no message, we're going to say something went wrong. And then we can just protect this message as well. If there, I think it's fine now. We just check. Let's get an error. Okay, let's refresh the page. Let me copy this. If we sign in, all right, so we are still getting something went wrong. Let me actually console log error so we know that what we can actually use here. We just console log loading and error. So as you can see, just loading is false, but error is not user not found. So it's not error.message, just the error. So here we just say if there is an error, just show the error. Otherwise, say something went wrong. If there is nothing here, and if it's false, we're gonna see that empty string. All right, so now let's try again. As you can see, we are getting user not found here. Let's try a different error. For example, we just say user 1 and with the wrong password. You can see we get wrong credentials. And if we try to be successful, for example, a correct password, as you can see, the error is just false, and then loading is false, and the current user is this user. So let's see that we have just make everything correct. Here, the sign-in failure, we have the state.error action.payload, and inside the sign-in, if the data is the false, the data the success, we just send a message as the failure. So actually, because we are now adding this one, error.message here, and data, I think it's better to pass the data.message, so both of them would be similar. And then here we have error.message, here we we have data.message. And here I want to change this one to error.message, and we check if it's the same or not. So let's try to get an error here. So user 20, wrong username. Okay, yeah, now we got the user not found. Let's try to have a correct email. We get wrong credentials. And let's try to get an error that is not actually related to the username and password. For example, in the network, I want to just make the internet offline. And now we test, we just get the fail to fetch error. So that is working actually very nice, because we didn't create this error in our backend, but we are actually here inside the try and catch. We got a new error and we got it here. And if you console log this one now, error.message, let's save. Actually, yeah, we don't have internet. Maybe here it doesn't work. Oh, let's try to console log here the data. Okay, we are not getting here as well, so it's fine. So actually, we are getting the error and catch it here and then show it here, fail to fetch. I want to just try something that is not available and we get something went wrong, but actually we cannot do it right now. We get some, but sometimes some error happens that we get something went wrong. So in case that there is no error.message, we have created this something went wrong here. So we have an error, but there is no message. All right. So that was it for the Redux toolkit. In the next section, we want to work on something that, if you pay attention to this one, we have current user here, but if you refresh the page, we can see that the current user is null. So we don't have this data staying here. So that is actually just working for one time, and then when we refresh the page, we lose the data. But we don't want to do that one for the user, so they have to sign in each time when they refresh the page. We want to keep the data and show it, for example, in the avatar, in the profile page. So we need to actually save this data. So we're going to save it in some places like a storage of the browser, local storage. But we want to do it by installing a package called Redux persist, which is kind of official of the Redux. And we can simply add this one to our application. And when we refresh the page, we still can keep this data because we can retrieve it from the local storage. So for now, we just add this one to the GitHub, and then we review what we have done. We just add all the changes, and we can just create a message called add Redux toolkit. All right, in the last section, we have completed adding Redux toolkit in our application. In this section, we're going to add Redux persist, which is going to help us to keep the user's data even when they refresh the page, and we're going to store it inside the local storage of the browser. Inside the Redux toolkit.js.org website, if you search here, Redux persist, there is a link here, use with Redux persist, and there is some procedure here we can follow. As you can see, we have to cover our application with, let me zoom this a little bit. Let me search again. All right. So inside the store, instead of adding the user reducer, we need to add the persisted reducer. And then inside the app, that's main.js file, we need to wrap the application with persist gate too. And we're going to add the persist store here, which is we can create using persist store function. So I'm going to make it a step by step, and you can just see it and compare it with this tutorial. All right, so we go back to Visual Studio Code. The first things we need to do to install this Redux persist. Inside the client, we need to just say, let me clear this so you can see it better. All right. So now here we just say npm install redux -persist, and then we can just press enter. So once we have it in our application, the first things we need to do, as I mentioned, inside the store.js, So inside the Redux store.js, here, instead of adding this user reducer, we need to add the persisted reducer. But before doing that, we need to combine all our reducers. In our application, we only have for now a user reducer, but in most of the application, people have more than one reducer. So we need to combine it. So the way that you combine it is to just create a constant, and this is going to be a root reducer, and we're going to use combined reducer to combine them together, and this is going to be from Redux Toolkit, and then here we're going to add our user reducer. But we don't have more than that, but in most applications you have more than one reducer, like post reducer, video reducer. Depends on your application, you're going to have more reducers. So you're going to add all of them here, combine them, and you get the root reducer. After that, you're going to have the persist reducer. Persisted reducer, which is going to be equal to a function called persist reducer. And this is going to be from Redux persist. So we need to import persist reducer from Redux persist. And then this is going to take two things. One is persist config. And then the other one is this root reducer. But what is the persist config? We need to define it here. We need to just say persist config. And this is we need to define the name of the key, version, and etc. For example, key is going to be root. What I mean by key, I'm going to show you when we test this one. Inside the local storage, you have the key and the value. The name of the key, we're going to use root. You can use anything you want, for example, user or anything else. This is just the name of the data that you're going to save inside the local storage. And then we're going to set the version. If you don't set the version, it's going to be -1. We just set the version to 1. And then we're going to pass this storage. And then we're going to close this, but we need to import a storage. A storage is going to be from Redux persist as well, but from Redux persist /library/storage. So in this package, it's going to save our data inside the local storage of the browser. So now the persistence reducer is ready. So instead of having this user reducer here, we're going to delete this and add the persisted reducer. What else we need to do is to create the persister. If you remember, I said inside the main.js, we're going to cover our application with the persist gate, which is going to have persister. So here we're going to export a constant called persister, and this is going to persist the store that we have. This is the store, our normal store, and then we're going to persist it. That means we're going to save it inside the local storage. And this persist store is going to be from Redux persist. So we need to import it at the top here. So actually we have done with the store.js part. And now we need to add this one inside the main.js file. So we need to go to main.jsx. As I mentioned before, we need to cover this one with persist. So we need to actually, here, we just say persist gate. All right. So the persist gate is going to be from Redux persist /integration/React. And then we're going to get the persistor, pass the persistor, and persistor is going to be from the storage. We have created this persistor at the top, at the bottom of this here, and then we're going to pass it here, and then we're going to pass this loading null, and we can remove that one as well. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have any effect, but inside the website, they suggested to add it here, as you can see, loading null. All right. So, and then we're going to cover it. So we're going to close this tag. So we have imported persist gate, and also we have imported this persistor. So now if we, it's time to test our application with the Redux persist. So if we go back to our application, seems like we are getting an error. If you don't see anything in the page, it's probably you're getting an error. So you need to open your console and check it. So the property of loading is undefined inside the user use selector. All right, so what's the other one? All right, so because we are importing error and loading from our application, but they don't have any value at the beginning. All right, it's looks like we don't have internet connection here, because inside the network I have made it offline. So let's fix this one first and then refresh the page. I think we made a mistake somewhere here inside our application. Let's go back to store.js. So we have defined the persistent reducer. Okay, we have added this one here like this. You just have to be persistent reducer. All right, so now if we test again, you can see now we are not getting an error here. Let's sign in, for example, with the user1 at gmail.com. And then let's open the Redux on the right side. Let's bring this one here, this one here. All right. So now if we sign in, first we can see that the user is null. If we sign in, we can see that the current user is this user with the user1 at gmail.com. And if we now refresh the page, we can see we are having the current user is still here. So we are persisting the result. And where is that result is coming from actually? And also you can see here, the persist here, the version 1. So this one is added to the Redux Toolkit as well. So I want to show you where this one is actually stored. You need to go to application and then you go to local storage. If you choose our website, you can see now we have a persist one, and also the key is root. If you remember, we have defined the key as root, and then the value is this user, the loading is false, error is false, and current user is this one. You can see it here clearly as well. So even you refresh the page, we still can keep it here. And we can use this data to show it in our application. And when we just edit our user or sign out, we need to modify this one as well. We need to delete it. And this is going to be automatically edited and updated using the Redux persist. Okay, now, for example, if I delete this one and then I refresh the page, we can see that now the current user is null. So the current user is being fetched here. And then here even is updated as well. The current user is null, loading false, error false. So that was it for creating a Redux persist. Let's add this one to the GitHub repository here. And then we can just add everything. And then we can just say add Redux persist. And then we can commit and push. All right, in the last section, we have completed the sign-in page functionality by adding the Redux persist. In this section, we're going to add the OAuth and Google Authentication. As you can see, from the final version, inside the sign up and sign in page, we have an extra button. So if we click on it, we're gonna see a pop-up window, which is suggesting to choose one of the Gmail accounts. So we can choose one of them. For example, I choose this one. And this is going to authenticate me and add this one to the Redux toolkit as well. And once this is completed, let's see what happens. Okay. So let's see what happened to this one. Let's refresh the page. I will try again. I think there is no internet now. So let's try again. Okay. Firebase error, authentication cancels, pop-up. That's not important. So let me try again. We just click on continue with Google. It's working now. I think there was a disconnection with the internet. We choose one of the accounts, and then we're gonna be redirected to the homepage. And also we can see the avatar from that Google account here. So we want to add this one to two pages, sign in and sign up page, but we can easily create a component and add it to both pages. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code and let's close everything. Inside the client, we go to the SRC, and here we're going to create a new, actually inside the components, we're going to create a new file. We call it OAuth.jsx. We can use RFC to create a React functional component. And now we can add it to the sign in and sign up page. After this button, the sign in and sign up button, we can add that OAuth. Okay. We need to import it at the top. As you can see, this is imported from this address. And also let's add it to the sign up page as well. So here after the button, we're going to add that OAuth. Okay. So now if we check this sign up and sign in page, we have OAuth here. So let's bring this one to the right side and this one to the left side so we can see the changes we do inside the OAuth. We can close these two pages and we just focus on the OAuth component. This one should be a button. And as soon as we make a button, it comes to the center. It's going to say continue with Google. And then we can just add some style to it. So we change the background color to red, 700. And then we can just add the text color to be white. We can make it rounded, add a rounded corner using rounded large. And we add some padding of 3 like this. We can make it uppercase. Okay. And then when we hover over it, we want to change its opacity to 95%. So similar to this one, we're going to have the same effect here. So for the styling, that is enough. We want to keep it simple. And also we don't want to add the disabled functionality for this Google. As you can see, it is added in both pages. And then when we click on it, we want to call a function. But because it is inside a form in both sign in and sign up, if we click on it, this is going to submit the form actually, and we get an error. But we want to prevent this one by changing its type to button. So the default type is actually submit for button, but we can change it to button. So when we now actually, if we click, we don't submit the form. We have this error actually from before. For example, here we don't have the error, and then this is not going to submit it. And let's add the onClick here. We just say onClick, and we're going to call a function called handle, for example, Google click. And then we can create this function here at the top. So this is going to be a constant. We call it handle Google click. And this is going to be asynchronous because we want to request to Google and also the API. And then we can use a try and catch. So here we try, and let's add a cache as well. Catch the error. And inside the error, I just want to console log, could not log in with Google, and then we can want to pass the error. That's enough for this, because we don't want to show the error for the Google, for the user, because mostly it's fine. And then before adding this one, we need to actually activate our Google authentication inside the Firebase. So we need to go to google.com and search for Firebase Google. And in the search results, we can go to firebase.google.com. Here, you need to choose your proper Gmail account connected to the Firebase. For me, it is this one. And then you can go to the console here by clicking on Go to Console. As you can see, I have many projects before for my websites. You can create a new projects and then you can choose it something. For example, I can choose MERN Auth. Click Continue. We don't need Google Analytics for these projects. So I'm going to remove this and then click on Create Project. So this is going to create our projects in a moment, and it is provisioning resources, and this is going to take a few seconds, and this is already finishing up. Now the project is ready. We can click on Continue, and here, as you can see, we can get started by adding Firebase to our application. We can choose between the Apple, Android, and web. As we are creating a web application, we click on web and we create a nickname for our application. I just want to call it again MERN Auth and click on register app, and make sure you don't check this because we don't want to use Firebase hosting. Once we do that, we're going to need to actually install Firebase. As you can see from here, we need to install Firebase, and then we want to create a file called firebase.js and add these credentials there. So we go back to Visual Studio Code, and here, let me clear this. Very clear. We want to install Firebase inside the client. So make sure this is client, not the root. So we just say npm install Firebase, and after that, we can just copy this code and paste it inside a file in our sources here. So inside the source folder, we want to create a new file and we call it firebase.js, and we're going to paste the code here. As you can see, we are just having a Firebase config, including the API key, the domain name, and etc. And also being initializing the application based on this Firebase config. And also we have this variable, we need to export it so we can use it in other places in our application. And also we can just keep this API key secret. And as we are using Vite, we need to add the .env file inside the root of our application inside the client folder. We're going to create another file called .env. And the file name, the variable name should start with capital Vite, underline, and then we can just call it, for example, Firebase API key, underline API key. And this is going to be equal to this key. We can just cut it from here and paste it here. And then here, the in Vite is different from the Create React app. In Create React app, we just say process.env that variable name. But here we should say import.meta.env Vite underline Firebase API key. And also you need to add the Vite at the beginning too. So everything is ready now. We can just now start in this place and try. First thing we want to do is to create a provider. And this is going to be equal to new Google Auth provider, which is coming from, we need to import it at the top. We can delete this one. We can import this Google Auth provider from Firebase /auth. We need to import it, delete this. So before using this, we need to actually here inside the Firebase, we need to click on continue to console. And here we can click on authentication, or inside the build, you can click on authentication. So you click here, we're going to get started with our authentication here. And here we choose Google, and we just click on enable, and you can just choose your project's name. For example, I just say Auth app. This is going to be shown inside the pop-up window for your application. And also you need to use your email here, and you just press save. And this is going to allow the Google authentication. And also this is enabled in the setting here inside the authorized domain. As you can see, the localhost is added for authorized domain. So we can use localhost to have access to the Google authentication. But later when we do and when we deploy our application to production mode, we need to add that URL that we get added here. Otherwise, we cannot have access to the Google authentication. So this is going to make our application more secure. So let's test this one. We are getting an error here. I think we missed some, we didn't close some parentheses here, bracket. So that is fine. So we got the provider. Now we want to get the result from the Google. First, we use result, and we're going to use a method called sign in with pop-up, which is going to be from Firebase /authentication as well, which is going to take two things, auth and provider. We have created provider here at the top, but we need to create the auth. So we need to import another thing called get auth. We can initialize it here at the top. We can initialize it here as well. We just say const auth equals to get auth. And also we need to add this app here, because otherwise Firebase won't be able to recognize who is actually asking the request. So here we need to add that app, which is coming from our Firebase file that we have created inside the src folder. All right, so now we get the result. Let me show you the result first. by console logging the result. So let's open the console here. We go to console and we click on continue with Google. As you can see, the window pops up and then we can choose one of our Gmail accounts. A few things I have to mention. First thing first, you just have to add at least 2 Gmail accounts to see this window all the time. Otherwise, Google is going to remember your previous sign-in and doesn't show you this window. And so some people think they get an error, they don't see this window, but actually they already signed in with one of their accounts, so the Google is remember their choice. So be sure that you at least add 2 Gmail accounts to see this window all the time. And the other things I need to mention is this error. This error is not related to us. This is for the Firebase, and recently we are getting this error, and this is an internal error for this window popping up, and it's only is showing in the Google Chrome actually. So don't worry about this error and just ignore it. Maybe in the next version of the Firebase we don't see it. So here now we just choose one of our Gmail accounts. For example, I choose this one, and if we should see the result coming from Firebase, and inside the user here we can see our display name, the name, the email, and also the photo URL. So this photo URL is if we copy it and we paste it in a new tab and we press enter, we can see that this is actually the image of the user, the URL that the Google is providing us. So for our application, we need 3 things. We need this display name. We want to create this username from this display name. We need this email and this photo URL. By using these 3 informations, we're going to authenticate the user, get the information, and save the email inside the database. So after that, after getting the result, let's just delete this console log. We want to create the response. Okay, we get the response. So the response is going to be equal to await fetch, and we need to we haven't created actually the backend yet, but first let's complete this front end, and then we're going to complete the backend. So this is the address we want to create for the Google /API/auth/Google. Then the method is going to be post because we are sending the data. And for the header, we want to set the content type to be application JSON. And for the body, we want to string the file and send some information. And what we want to send is not this one. Let's delete this. We want to send 3, as I mentioned, we want to send 3 things. This name, display name, email, and this photo URL. So I want to set the name, and this is going to be result.user.displayName. If you remember, that is result.user, this user, and .displayName. And then we're going to have the email. And finally, we're going to have the image or photo, you can call it. And this is going to be result.user.photo URL. We don't need anything else. That's fine. And we're going to close this. We have closed this one. And then we get the data by converting this response to JSON. And then what we want to do is to add this one to the Redux toolkit. If you remember, inside the sign in, we have added and dispatched signing start and signing success and failure. We don't need the start and the failure. Here we just use the success one. So first thing first, I want to import the dispatch, use dispatch from React Redux. We need to initialize it, get the dispatch, and then here we just dispatch signing success and we pass this data. So we don't need to create a new reducer for the Google because we can use the same sign-in success. All right, so we have done with the front-end section. Now we need to create the backend to handle this and get these 3 information, name, email, and photo, and we create a new user for our MongoDB. So we go to our API. We go to firstly, we create a route. We create a new router .post, and this is going to be for Google. So /Google. So we're going to create a token here Let me accept this. So we just do the same things we did for the sign-in. We have created the token, we separated the password, and then we have set the cookie. So here we do the same things. We create a token using jwt.sign method, and this is going to be user.underline ID. This is something unique from the user. And then we pass this JWT secret key that we have inside this .env file, JWT secret. All right, so I'm totally lost here. So once we create the token, we're going to separate the password and the rest here. And then we're going to set the expiry date, which in our case, we just set to 1 hour. And then we're going to have a response. We set the cookie with the name access token. We pass this token here. And also we pass this HTTP only true to protect our cookie. And finally, we're going to set an expiry date by using this expires. So this is the time that we already have the same email in our database. All right. But what if we don't have the email? What if we don't have this email before? So we need to create a new user. But if you remember, inside our model, our user has a username, email, and password. But from the Google, we are just getting a display name, email, and photo, actually. So we are not getting a password, and we are not getting a username. So we need to create the username for the user. And also we need to create a password because the password is required. If we don't pass the password, we cannot actually register any user. So we need to actually create a random password for the user and let the user later change the password itself. And also we need to create a random username based on the display name. And the other things we need to do is to add the photo too, because our model doesn't have anything for the photo. We want to add the photo as well. So here I just say profile picture, for example. And then the type would be string, but we want to have a default value. So if the user didn't provide any image, we want to add a default picture. So I want to add a default image. What you can do, you can upload the image in your database, in your storage, and then use that URL for this one, but we don't have it yet. So I want to actually grab something from the internet and put it here. So we can just search, for example, profile image and something like this one, this image we can get, or this image. We can just click on it and right click and get the link address or copy image address. You get the copy image address and then you just paste it here. All right. So now we have a default value. We can change it later when we have our own image, but for now, I want to just keep this one here. And if for example, someone now registered in our application, this is going to get this default. For example, in the sign up, now, for example, if you just use, for example, user30@gmail.com, we just set this one here, same password and user30. And if you click on sign up, and then just ignore this error because this is a state here from previous one. And then we can just go to our database and then browse collection. We should see that the new user is added at the end, which is user30, which has a profile picture. Even though we didn't add any profile picture, this one has a profile picture, and we can show it inside the avatar. And then later they can update it as well because we want to add the upload image functionality. So that was it for the model. So inside the controller, now if the user does not exist, as I mentioned, we need to create a password for the person. So we create a constant. So here we just create a random first. We create a random. First I put a name for it. Generated password. So as you can see, we get a suggestion from the GitHub Copilot. So we are now, this technique actually is going to create a random letter and numbers, but 8 digits. This is 8 digits. Okay. So we create a random, we convert it to a string based on the base 36 base, which is going to create 36 means a number from 0 to 9 and alphabet from A to Z. Okay, so both of them together is 36. And each random number is going to be converted to a number or letter. And then this is going to be actually, I'll have to show you. It's fine. Let me explain. So this is going to be something like that. We're going to create a number, random number using math.random. And then we're going to convert it to a letter and number together. But this is actually 8 digits. Okay. And then we're going to slice it and remove this beginning. But we're going to slice this from at the end. We just count 8 numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. From the end, we just keep the last 8 number and we remove this 0 and dot. So this is going to generate a password for us. And if you want a password to be 16 digits, which is more secure, we can just add the same things at the end. So this is going to be produced 2 times, and this is going to be 16 digits. All right. And when we create the password, we need to hash it because we need to save the hash password inside the database, not the normal generated password. So we save the hash password. So we are using actually bcrypt.js.hashsync to create the password. So we convert this generated password and we hash it with a 10 round of salt. After creating the password, we can save actually the new user. We just say const new user, and this is going to be equal to new user. As you can see, it's suggesting us the username, but we don't have actually username. We have name. So we need to convert that name as well. So let me first accept this. So the email is okay because we are getting the email here. We are getting the email correctly. We are getting the photo correctly as well. But the name is just a display name, and display name cannot be stored like a username because maybe 2 people have the same display name. All right. So here, password is fine. We have just created the hash password. And also we want to add the profile picture, which is this photo we sent. We get this photo and we save it as a profile picture. Just we have here inside the model profile picture. And this should be photo, not image. Okay. So email is fine. Password is fine. And profile picture is fine as well. But username, we need to create the username. So how we want to create the username? We can just convert this name. We can actually split it. So we're going to split it by a space because if you remember, the display name is 2 first name and like family name together, and they have a space between them. So we're going to split that, and then we're going to join that. We want to join them, but join without a space. And then we want to convert it to lowercase. So we just say 2 lowercase. We use this method. Okay. And then this is going to create a username based on the name. And for example, if the display name is equal to, for example, my name, Sahan Qavidel. First thing first, we want to split it by this space. And then we're going to remove the space using the join. So this is going to be like that. And then we want to make it lowercase. So we're going to make this S and G lowercase. And then at the end, I want to add some random numbers because maybe there are 2 people that have the same name. So the username is probably be the same. So we're going to get an error because the username should be unique. So we want to add some random number at the end. It's very simple to do that actually. We can use, so we want to add a random number, which is going to be, for example, math.random. And then we want this random number to be between 0 and 10,000, for example, because we want a big number. So the probability of 2 people have the same password would be very low. So we're going to multiply to this one to 10,000, but this is going to be have the decimal points. For example, it can be this one dot this. So we want to make it this one actually rounded. We can just use, we can put this one inside the parentheses, and then we add math dot floor to get the lower number. And then, so this is okay. This is something, the number between 0 and 10,000. And then this is a number, and this is actually a string. This is a string, and this is a number. So we cannot join them together. So we need to actually convert this one to a string too. So we're going to add to a string at the end. All right. So I think that is going to work. We're going to test it. If there is an error, we're going to fix it. So first we actually created this new user. We want to save it to the database, which is very simple. We just say await new user dot save. And then also we want to have a response with a cookie. So we're going to create a token with this new user dot underline ID. Make sure this is new user. And then we're going to separate the password and the rest. This is very similar, and add this expiry date for 1 hour, and the response with the cookie access token, HTTP only, and expires at that expiry date. Yeah, that's it for the creating it. Maybe you must be wondering why we are using GitHub Copilot. As you can see, the code is completely repetitive, and as long as you understand the code, that is fine. Now it's a time, the new era is the AI era, and the people who can code faster actually is going to pass other developers. But make sure you understand the code. You just don't get accepted from if you don't understand it, you can just watch tutorials like this. So I'm going to explain you what the meaning of the codes. And for the first few times, I highly recommend you just code yourself and don't use any assistant like GitHub Copilot. But later you can use it when you are completely familiar with the code. All right, so don't feel guilty of using AI these days. Otherwise, you're going to miss the opportunity and other people is going to pass you because the technology is moving very fast. All right, so now let's test this one inside here. Let's go to sign up page. I'm going to refresh the page. We are still getting the error from the previous one in the sign in page. We're going to fix this one, actually. We should fix this one. And then here we're going to open the inspect. I want to see firstly we get an error or not. So we're going to continue with Google, choose one of our account. So we didn't get any error. Let's check our Redux. So now our current user is null, actually. It didn't work. So let's refresh the page here and then we try it again. Okay, it's not working. Let's see what's the reason. We are getting the error. This error is actually for the previous error. That's not important. Let's see why we are not getting in the front end. So we have the response. We send this data and then with dispatch, signing success, the data. Okay. So why we are not getting to this point, actually, let me console log data and then we try again. Okay, we go to console, let's refresh the page and then we just go to Google, continue with Google. I choose this account. So we should see we are not getting the data response. I remember we were getting the result, so that was okay. But using this result, we are not getting it inside the auth.controller. So here we have created this Google. We tried and we responded. If the user exists, if not, we're going to create the password and then we're going to respond with the cookie access token. Okay, we're sending the cookie, but we didn't send any other response like status code 200 and rest here. All right, so here too, here, make sure to add this. So let's test it again. Let's continue with Google. We click on, all right. So we are getting actually the data. That is fine. There is a problem here with the number we have created. It is none. So we're going to fix that one. And let's check the Redux. The current user is still null. All right. So let's fix this one first. Let's fix this number. So math.random. So here we didn't call this random. So that is the problem. Let's try again. But I don't know, it shouldn't be the problem. Signing success is not defined. So actually we forgot to import the signing success. So I'm going to import it at the top. So import signing success from Redux. It shouldn't be from here. Redux / I think user/user slice. All right. So now, okay, let's refresh the page. And then we're going to continue with Google. We choose one of the Gmail accounts. Okay, we got this one correctly. And let's see the Redux. All right. Now we have the current user. It still have this problem with the number. I'm going to check it again. But we have the current user. So the ID is this one. The email is correct. And then we have a photo URL. Let's copy this and test. All right. The photo URL is okay too. Let's see why we are getting none here. So let's check it again inside the controller. So we're going to create a random number using math.random, then multiply it to 10,000 to make it from 0 to 10,000. But this is actually a not. Okay. We created 2 string, but this one should be covered. All of them together must be a string. I think this is correct. I think why it doesn't do it. Oh, okay, we don't need it actually. That is okay. 2 string, username, request.body.name, a split, that is fine. Join is okay. Lowercase, that is correct too. That's actually seems completely correct. Let's test it again. I don't know. Maybe we didn't refresh the page. And then let's test it again. Or let's try with a different account this time. So maybe the previous one is already created. So we create this one. All right, we are still getting none here. Let's see why we are getting none. So let's actually copy this one and go to here to console and test it here. So let's console.log this, and we get undefined here as well. So let's see. Let's remove this first. We test it one by one. So we don't get this one. We just get the math.random. Okay, that is working. And then we want to add the math.floor. So that is fine too. And then we want to add .toString. Okay, toString. A string. Yeah. Okay, it's working now. So what's the difference between this one is working too. We are getting the number 400 here, actually. So why is it not working here? So actually, instead of creating a random number, let's create a random number and letter together. So we're going to replace this one with this. It should be the same thing. So let's test this one. And then now we actually have these two. So we're not going to create anything new. So let's delete these 2 Gmail accounts from the database. So I'm going to delete this one and then the other one as well. And let's try it. Let's try again to create them. Okay. So yeah, that's fine. The username is created correctly. I don't know why that one is not working actually. I'm just completely confused. All right. So that is fine. So we're going to actually use the same system. It's fine. Just we use the 8 letter. So if I find it later, I'm going to show you in an article. So it's fine. And then, so it's working now. We are getting the username. And inside the Redux toolkit, we should get it here as well. So if we try again, so now the current user is this Gmail account, Sandra Vidal. We can create another one with this, and we see this one is replaced. Okay, it's working, and we get the username completely unique, and email, and the profile picture. All right. So we have already everything we need to actually update our header and also create our profile page. So let's add this one to our GitHub repository. So let's add everything. So this is create and add OAuth component. All right, so we just commit and push it. All right, in the last section, we have completed the Google OAuth functionality. In this section, we're going to work on the header and update the header section. So similar to the final version, we're going to see the avatar. And when we click on it, we go to the profile page. And then we want to make this profile page private. What I mean by private is we're going to make a mechanism. So when we go to the profile page, and if the person is not signed in, for example, if I sign up, we go and we redirect it to the sign in page. So I cannot have access to the profile page. So here, if I just say profile, it seems like there is an internal server or error for this website for now. We're going to check it later. But when we go to profile, actually we get redirected to the sign in if we are not authenticated. I'm going to show you in our application. So now in our application, we just see sign in even if we have an user. If you go Redux, you can see we have a current user, code with Sehan, but still we cannot see this user inside the browser. So what I need to do is to get this information and show it inside the header. So we go to header.js, we go to our Explorer section. Inside the client side, we go to the components folder, and then we go to header.jsx. Here inside the sign in, we're going to make a condition. First, we need to get actually the user selector from React Redux, and then we're going to get the current user. We want to get the current user like this, and this is coming from the user here. All right. And then we just make a condition here. We add a condition if the current user is available. So let me fix this. So current user, if we have the current user, we want to show an image. So here we're going to show an image. Otherwise, we want to see that sign in here. Okay, we are getting here a problem because we didn't complete it yet. So let's add an image tag. And inside the image, the source would be current user dot. If you remember, we just added the profile picture inside the current user. So we just say profile picture. And let's see that we can see it inside the browser. As you can see, now we are getting this profile picture. Let's make this one small and so we can see the changes. So I'm going to add an alternative for this one is going to be just profile. And we're going to add a class name. Let's make it smaller. We just say h7, which means height 7. And then we're going to add a width 7 as well. So make it completely square first. And then we can just use rounded full to make it circle. And we can just use object cover. So we keep the aspect ratio of the image. Because this image is a square, we don't have a problem. But if someone upload an image, which is, for example, a different shape, so we're going to see it weirdly because it's going to be scratched. But now we're going to use object cover to fix it. So what else we need to do here? Instead of going sign in, as I mentioned before, we're going to go to the profile page instead. But depending on the person's condition, if they are authenticated, they're gonna see the profile page. Otherwise, they're gonna go to the sign-in page. So we need to actually create a private route and cover this profile page. And when we are not authenticated, we are gonna be redirected to the sign-in page. So we need to create another component, and here the component's name would be private route.jsx. And we just create a React functional component using RFC. And then we need to actually cover the profile page with this private route. So we need to go to app.jsx, and then here we have the profile. We're going to cover this one using our private route. So here we just use the private route, which is coming from this component, private route. And then for the path, actually we don't need path for that. We just have an element profile, that profile component, and then we need to cover this one. So we need to close. Actually, we need to close it here. All right. So now, actually, we don't see any effect because we need to actually create a condition here as well. So inside the private route, first thing first, we want to import current user, which is coming from, the current user we need to create here. First, we need to import use selector, which is coming from React Redux. And then here we're going to get the current user. And then here we're going to create a condition. So the condition we want to make is actually, it's very simple. We just want to return, let's remove all these things. We're going to return if there is a current user. So we create the condition here, current user. If there is a current user, we want to actually show the profile page, which is our children, and we can show the children using outlet from React router DOM. So here we're gonna show the outlet, okay? Otherwise, we want to redirect the person to the sign-in page. But for redirection, before we were using use navigate, but here we cannot use it. We need to use different things, which is here navigate. So the difference between this navigate and use navigate is this use navigate is actually a component. So this is a React component which is going to redirect the person. So we can use this component and then we can just use to go to sign in. So it's very simple. When there is a current user, we're going to show the children whatever is inside this, which is in our case is profile here. So whatever is inside this outlet. And if there's no current user, we're going to navigate to the sign-in page. So we are now getting an error. So let's see the error. So the error is private route is not a route component. All components children of the routes must be a route. So I think we have added it. Okay. Let's see what's the... okay. So actually private route, it shouldn't be private route like this. This one should be route, but the element must be the private route. Okay, so private route is coming. And this is actually a route, but the element is private route. And then the private route is going to render its children if there is a current user. Otherwise, they're going to navigate us to the sign-in page. Now, we are not getting an error. Let's refresh the page. So there's no error. Let's test this one. Now, if we click on here, we should go to the profile page, which is this one. Let me zoom this so you can see it better. But if there is no current user, we should go to the sign-in page. So here we can just delete this local storage. And once we refresh, we shouldn't have any current user. As you can see, there is no image in the header. And then if we click on here, instead of going to profile, we go to the sign-in page. And also we can test here. If we go to the /profile, as you can see, we are redirected to the sign-in page. So the profile page is actually now private and nobody can have access to it without authentication. All right, that was it for updating the header and then also making the profile page private. So let's quickly add this one to the GitHub. So we add everything and the message would be, for example, we can just say update header component and make profile private. Okay. So we can commit and push. All right. In the last section, we have completed and updated our header section, and also we have made our profile page private. So in this section, we're going to create the profile page UI. So let's bring this one to the right side, and then we're going to have our Visual Studio Code on the left side. We just go to our profile page. Inside the pages, we go to profile.jsx, and here, first we're going to have an h1 tag saying profile, and then we're going to create a style this. It's very similar to the one we did for the sign in and sign up page. We just make the text to be 3XL. We make the font to be semi-bold, which is font weight 600. And then we can just, and this is actually has a zoom level. So if I remove the zoom, I think it doesn't have a zoom. That's fine. Okay. So here we just say text center to bring it to the center. And then we can just adding some margin Y of 7 to add some space between on the top and the bottom of this header. So after that, we're going to have a form. We don't need action for that. And inside the form, we're going to have, first, we're going to have an image. And the source for that one, we're going to have that current user.profile picture. But we need to firstly import the views selector, which is coming from React Redux. And then we need to initialize it here. And we can use that use selector and we get the current user. And here we can just say current user.profile picture. Okay, we get the profile picture here too. Let me refresh. So, and then we're going to bring this one to the center. We want to make it similar to the final version. Let me show you the final version first. So let's continue with Google and we choose one of our Google account. For example, I choose this one. So now if you go to profile page, we can see that the image is in the center and we have 3 inputs, username, email, and password. We have 1 button saying update, and we have 2 buttons here, one for delete account, one for sign out. All right, so we're going to create this one. So first thing first, I want to bring this. First, we just make an alternative. We just say profile, and then we create a class name. We can just add a height of 24 and width of 24. And then we can bring it to the center. As this is an image and it's different from the text tag, we need to bring it to the center using self-center. Okay, it's all working now because we need to actually make this one flex and make this form flex. So here we need to add the flex and then we need to change the flex direction to column. So now it's in the center. And then we just add a cursor to be pointer. And then, so when we make cursor pointer, when we hover over it, we should see a pointing hand. And then we're going to have rounded full to make it full rounded like this. And then we have object cover to keep the aspect ratio. So that's it for the image. After the image, we're going to have 3 inputs. First input is going to be with the type of text, and this is going to be with the ID of username. After that, we're going to have the placeholder, so we can see it, username. So we can see it now. We can make this one uppercase, capitalized, and then we're going to have a class name. Let's add just the background color of a slate 100. And then we're going to have, we make it rounded large. So we have a corner. And then we're going to add a padding of 3. Okay. But they are connected actually to each other here, just to the sides. So we can here inside this div, we can just add a padding of 3. And then we can, in the large size, we can limit the maximum width to be large, and then we want to bring it to the center using MX Auto. Okay, and then we want to add some a space between these. Here we can add a gap of 4 to add a space between everything. We can bring this image a little bit more down by just adding a margin top of 2, so that would be better. And then we're gonna have 2 more inputs. We can just copy it using Alt-Shift-Down arrow. And then here, the second one must be email with the type of email, with the placeholder of email. And then the last one would be password with the ID of password and then with the type of password. And we want to see what actually the current username and email is. So we can add that one by adding a default value. The default value for this one is going to be current user dot email. So you can see the email of the person. So each time you come here, even refresh the page, you see this. For the username, so default value must be current user dot username. Okay. And then for the password, we don't want to show the password. It's not safe, but the people can change their password too when they want to update it. So after the input, we're going to have the button. So one button saying sign, sorry, it's not sign, update. And then for the button, we can have a style. We change the background color to slate 700. We change the text color to be white. And then we're going to have a padding of 3. We make it rounded, large. So we have some rounded corner. We make it uppercase. And also we want to add the hover effect with the opacity of 95. And also when you are disabled, we want to have the opacity of 80%. You see the opacity here. But still, I feel they're very connected to each other. So I have added here gaps 4. And this is the final version. I think it's fine, yeah. Okay. Yeah, it looks okay. And then after the button, we're going to have two buttons here. But we can put it outside the form. We can just add a div. And inside the div, we're going to have a span saying delete account, and then this delete account must be red, which is a text red. We just choose something like 700, and then we set the cursor to be pointer. So when we hover over it, we see a pointing hand, and then we can just copy this one using Alt-Shift arrow down, and the second one must be sign up. Okay, and then we want to use flex here and justify between to add a space between them like this. And then we can add a margin top of 5 to add some space at the top. All right, that was it for creating the profile page UI. Let's add this one to the GitHub. We just say complete profile page UI. You can commit and push it to GitHub. Let's check our All right, in the last section, we have completed our profile page UI. In this section, we're going to work on the upload image functionality. If we look at the final version of the project, we can see when we click on this profile image, we can choose an image. So let me choose one of them from my computer. I have a picture of a rooster. So it is actually 1.6 megabytes. So when we click on it, when we press on choose it, we press open, as you can see, it's uploading, and the image shows image uploaded successfully. And after a few seconds, we can see that the image is here, the new image. But as you can see, still the avatar is the previous one because we haven't clicked on update yet. When we click on update, when everything is updated, we're gonna see the new image here because the database is already changed. So what we want to do is to add, when we click on this image, we want to choose an image from our computer. So we need to add an input with the type of file. But if we do it, we see something. I'm going to show you now what I mean by that. Before the image, we want to add an input with the type of file. So when we do that, we can see something like that, choose file. So we can click here and choose files from the computer. But I don't want to see this file. I want to, when we click on this image, we choose this one. So we need to create actually a reference from this input. So we need to create actually a use reference. So here at the top, we need to import actually use ref from React. And here we're going to create a reference for our file picker. We just call it file ref or file picker ref, and the initial value would be null. So inside this input, we're going to refer to this file ref. So this ref is going to be that file ref. All right. So, and then inside the image, we're going to add an onClick, which is going to click on this input based on the file pic. So we need to just say onClick, and we create a callback function. We just say fileref.current.click. So when we click on this image, we're going to open and choose a file. But I don't want to see actually this inputs. So we can easily add hidden here. When we add hidden, this is going to be hidden. But still, we can choose the file here. All right. So simply, we add an input, and we refer to that input inside the image, and we could choose that input. All right. So what else we want to do is to add some condition to the input. We want to add, for example, we want to accept only images. So we just say accept. We just say accept only image, all types of image. So we just add a star here. In this case, we can only choose the images, not other files. As you can see here, the format is only image files. But actually, you can change this one. In the Windows or in the Mac, you can change it to the all files, and then you choose any file. So in order to prevent this, we can just add a rule inside our storage in the Firebase, so that people only can upload images, not other things like videos and etc. But we need to firstly create the Firebase storage. So we need to go to the Firebase. All right, we already have authentication, but we can add the storage. We can just click on build and click on storage here, and then we can just click on get started. And we want to add some rules too later, so we just create a production mode. So, but the production mode shows nobody can read and write. So we need to change this rule so we can read and write in some conditions. So we click on next. We choose some of their storage locations. It doesn't matter. Whatever is closer to you choose. And we press on done. And this is going to create our storage. And this is going to take a while. So it is now setting up our security rules. All right. So the process is completed. Now we can see that we don't have any images or files yet. We can upload a file here manually ourselves. We can upload any file we want. For example, this image, I can upload it. But we want to actually upload it from our website. And also, as I mentioned, I want to prevent any files except the images. So we're going to go to the rules. And now nobody can read and write because there is a condition here. But we can change this one. Let me zoom this a little bit. Okay, you can see it better. So we want to add some conditions. It's very easy because we want to add read for everyone. So we just say allow read. And then for the writing, we just say allow. And by the way, this is not JavaScript. So we just say allow write. And then we can add a condition. We just say if. We just say the request dot resource dot size. We want to limit the size of the file to be less than, for example, 2 megabytes. For writing down 2 megabytes, you just need to say 2 multiplied to 1024, which is 1 kilobyte, and then 1024, which is another 1 kilobyte. But 1 kilobyte multiplied by 1 kilobyte is 1 megabyte, and we have 2 megabytes here. In other rules we want to add, you have to add 2 ampersand. So this sign, and then we just add another request dot resource. And this time we want to change its content type. And we want this one to be matches only images. So we just say image / dot star. All the image types we want to allow. So if the file is more than 2 megabytes or it is not an image, we're going to get an error. So we cannot upload the image to the Firebase. So this is going to be more secure. And because as I mentioned, people can change the file type themselves here, but we want to prevent it inside the storage. So after creating this, you want to press on publish. And I want to actually copy this one and then paste it for you, because you cannot have access to my Firebase. So if you want to copy the code, you can just copy it here. I want to add it somewhere here and make a comment. Append. Okay. So later, if you want to use this one, you just copy this one from here to here. This is our rules for storage. So let me write down here, Firebase storage rules. All right. Okay. Now we don't need to actually the rules. We can come back to the files and we upload our files from our website. So let's continue this one. So input is hidden, accept only image. And what else we need to add here? We can add, because if we want to save the file that we upload, we need a piece of state here. I want to create a piece of state and I want to call it, for example, file. And then, or we just call it image. And the initial value for this one must be undefined because we haven't choose any image yet. And then when there is a change inside this input, we want to track it. So any file is added here. We want to put it inside this image, this piece of state. So here we just say set image. First we get the event here. And then we want to set the image. This one use this function to add the image. And this is going to be equal to e.target.files. But as we are choosing only one file, we just want to get the first one, 0. So now if we console log image and then we choose it here, let's see what's the error here. Okay, we haven't defined user state. We need to import it from React. So now let's clear this. If I choose a file, we can see we are getting the file here. That file has name, last modified, many things, all right? The size. So what we need is this, actually, we want to get the name later, and we want to upload it to our database, to our storage. Okay, so now we have the image. Once we choose it, we have the image. So each time we have an image, we want to upload it. So we need to add a use effect hook to be able to do that. So we need to import use effect here. And then we can use the use effect here. We just say use effect. And then if there is an image, we want to upload it. So we want to just call a function. We can just call that function handle file upload or handle image upload. And we pass this image. And then we're going to close this. And also we want to add this image. If there is an image, we want to do that one. We want to call this function. So, and then we want to create the function here. We create the function here. We get that image. And then, so let's first actually, I console log here. So I just remove this console log from here, and then we put it here. So let's test it again. Now, if we choose this one and choose an image, we can see we are getting this console log. All right. And now, so it's ready to add our storage. So inside this file, handle file, we're gonna get the storage first. So let's remove this console log. So we just create this storage. We just say storage is equal to get a storage. Get a storage is coming from Firebase. We need to import it actually. We need to import get a storage. So just let me copy this. So we need to import get storage from Firebase /storage. We also need to import this app, which is coming from /Firebase. Remember, we have created a file called it's here, Firebase.js, which includes our API key and etc. So that storage knows that where to put the storage in which user. So we create the storage, and also we want to create the file name, which is going to be equal to, if you remember, we had the image name. We have this image, and inside it has the name. Inside the console log, we saw that one. And we want it to be unique because each time we upload, maybe one person uploads a file 2 times. So if we don't make it unique, we're going to get an error. So we need to actually create a new unique things like a date So we can just say new date dot get time, add it here. So we get the new date because this is going to be always unique. So because if you upload it now, it's one date, the time is different from the you uploaded 10 minutes later. So this is going to be always unique. And then we have the file name. And then after that, we're going to have the storage ref. The ref is going to be from Firebase storage. So we need to import it here. And then we have this storage, we have the file name, and finally we're going to have the upload task. Upload task is going to upload our image based on this storage ref. So we just create the upload task here. And this is going to be equal to a method from Firebase storage called upload bytes resumable. And this is coming from Firebase /storage. And this is going to take the storage ref and then the image that we have here, we are uploading. So let's save this one. And then once you have the upload task, there is a method inside the upload task called .on. And then this is going to take the state change, which means whatever change we see we are uploading, every bytes we are uploading, we're going to track, and then we just use that one. For example, first we can get the snapshot. A snapshot is the piece of information we get. And first we want to actually record the progress. What is the progress? For example, we are uploading we have 2 megabytes. For example, we are uploading 2 megabytes, and then every few kilobytes, we're going to see the progress. So based on the information we get back, so we can show it inside our place. For example, now we are doing the upload. As you can see, we are console logging. Upload is progress this much percentage done. I think we are getting an error here because we didn't close this upload file. Let's close. So this is for this, and we need to close this upload on. So let me show you what I mean by that. So let's open the inspect here. Let's try to upload an image, and always choose a big image, like 1.5 megabytes something, because if it's too small, you don't see the percentage because they quickly upload. So here, as you can see, upload is 0% and then it goes to the 100%. All right. And so we want to show this upload under this image. So we want to keep record from this number. So we can create a piece of a state here at the top. We just make that one, because for example, we just say image percentage, image percent, and the initial value would be 0. But here we're gonna set the image percentage to this progress. So the progress is actually whatever we bytes transferring over the total bytes multiplied to 100 is the percentage. But this is actually, if you remember here, this is not a rounded number. It has a lot of decimals. So we want to remove the decimals. We can just put this one inside the parentheses. And here we just add math.round to make it round. So now if we console log the image percent and we try again, we can see it starts from 0, 16, and then goes to 100. All right. So let's delete this console log. After getting the upload the progress by the snapshot, we want to get more information. We want to get the error, for example. So after this snapshot, we're going to get the error. We can just get the error like this. And this error, we just create an error function. We can console log the error, or we can create another piece of state. We can call it, for example, image error, and we set it to be, the initial value can be null or it can be false. We can just use true and false, doesn't matter. Okay, so here we're gonna set the image error to true. What else we can get is the image URL. When we upload it, we want to see the image URL. So here we're gonna have another one. This one is going to be, we're going to use a method called getDownloadURL. This getDownloadURL, let's accept this one first. This getDownloadURL is coming from Firebase /auth. Where is it? Here. Get download URL from Firebase /auth. What is this get? We don't need this get actually. It is imported by itself. So this get download URL gets the upload task.snapshot.ref, and then this is going to gives us the download URL. And then we want to save this download URL. But we want to save it inside the form data, because when we want to update the profile, we have the image, we have username, email, and password. So this is a kind of an object of data. So we want to save it inside a form data. So here we just say form data, and this is going to be an empty object. And then here, when we get the download URL, we can set the form data. We get the previous form data, whatever we have. For example, we have added username, email, and we want to add the profile picture to download URL that we are getting here. So let's close this so we don't get an error. So let's see what error we are getting. Okay. Return is not allowed here. Let's see what we... So we got this one, I think. We close it here. What is this parenthesis for? And then what about this? So actually everything should be inside this upload task.on. So these parentheses should be closed here outside actually. So let's see, I think, so this parenthesis is opened and then closed here. This one is the snapshot, the first one. Let's bring it here. So that, and then we have the error. Let's see. So we have that here, that is fine. So this error is going to give us this set image. That is okay too. So we add some comma here and also here. Okay. What else we need? And then we get this. Okay, that is not necessary here. And this one too. Okay. I think this is fine now. We don't need this one too, because we can return it directly here. Really? So you need to close this parenthesis here. And I think this part is completely okay now until here. So what is this parenthesis for? So the upload task, we have state change, and then we have the snapshot. That's fine. Then we have the error. Finally, we have this here. So everything is fine here. And then we want to close this upload. Okay, so that should be fine. So now if we console log form data, where is form data? Here. So if we do the console log, first is an empty object. And then if we upload an image, after a while, when they upload it, they're going to put this profile picture. As you can see, we have get the profile picture inside this and this object. So this one, we can just copy now and paste it here. We should see this is the image of the rooster that we have uploaded with the high quality. And if we check our storage and we refresh the page, we should see that we have already uploaded many images, but because the date is different, we get a different name. And this is the last one. If you click on it, you can see the URL here as well, the size, the type, and etc. So we have actually the image URL. We have saved it inside the form data. So what we want to do is to show here the amount of percentage. And then when the image is completely uploaded, we want to see it too. And also if there is an error, we want to see the error. So here, let's delete this console log. And then, so here after the image, we have the input and then we have the image. We're going to have just a text, a paragraph, for example. We want to have a paragraph, and then we're going to say if there is an image error, we just say question mark. So we want to have a span saying text with the color red, saying error upload uploading image. So let's actually fix this. So let's see. So if there is no error, we want to apply the next one. For example, we just say if the image % is more than 0, and if the image % is less than 100, this time we want to show something else. I'll show you here. We want to say uploading image, and then we want to show actually the image %. So this one is the color is this one, and then we just say uploading image. We want to make a backtick here, and this is going to be uploading. We just say uploading. We add this one, and then here we want to just, let's add this. We add a space here, and plus. We don't need plus actually. We want to add this question mark, because we want to add a variable here, which is image %, and then whatever percentage is, I want to add the % at the end. And also, we just need to have this question mark firstly, and then we don't need question mark anymore. We're just adding more and more condition. So if the next step, the next condition is if the image % is equal to 100, oh, sorry, this one is error uploading, and then this one is this one, that is fine. And also this one is this one, so which is another span, but this is green, and we just say image upload successfully. And otherwise, we want to just say an empty string. So now we just need to close this. Let's see what place we did the mistake. So if there is an image error, we're gonna show this, but we didn't close this parenthesis, okay? And if the image % is more than 0 and image % is less than 100, we want to have this span saying the image %. We need to close this parenthesis too. And if the image % is equal to 100, we want to have this one. We close this parenthesis. I think that's okay. It's working now. So uploading image %. Okay, let's test this. Already we are getting image uploaded successfully. So we need to actually add some classes here. I want to make the text a little bit small. It's just the text is small. And then we want to bring it to the center. So we just use self center. Okay. Let's refresh the page. So we don't have anything now. So I just want to choose this image again. So you can see the uploading is working, and image uploaded successfully is working. But I feel we are getting some unnecessary things here. So when we are using backtick, actually we don't need to add this quote here. We just make it like this. We remove these quotes. So let's try again. Oh, it's working now already. So let's refresh the page. We choose this, see uploading, and then image uploaded successfully. So we should try to get an error. For example, if I choose an image more than 2 MB, or I choose a video instead, for example, I don't have an image more than this one. So let's change this image format to a video. For example, I just say MP4. I choose this, and as you can see, we get the error uploading image. So we can have actually more specific error here. We can just add something here. We can just say file size must be less than 2 MB. Okay. So this is working very nicely, and then we just managed to handle the error and other things. We see the error here, but it's not necessary to show the error to the user, but we can just say file must be this one, and then you can say also file type accepted here as well, but it's not very important. So that was it for this section. So let's add this one to the GitHub repository. So we just did the changes in the profile.jsx, and we just say complete upload image. We just say complete image upload functionality. And we push it to GitHub, commit and push it to GitHub. We just forgot to add something here, actually. When we have this one, when we have this image, when we change it correctly, like this one. So let's refresh the page first. When we upload this one, and if the upload is successful, we want to see that new image here. So what we can do is inside the image, we want to create a condition here. We just say if there is a form data dot profile picture, show that one, otherwise, or show the current user dot. So if we don't have this one, we don't see that. So let's test this. Now we see the current user. If we upload, after a few seconds, when the form data is updated, we see the new image. But actually this is temporary here. If you refresh the page, we should see the previous image. All right, that was it for upload image functionality. In the next section, we're going to create the backend for this update. We want to create the backend. We want to create the API route. So first thing first, we want to make it secure because we don't want a person without authentication update a user. And we also want to add another condition so you cannot update someone else's profile. So we're going to work on that one. Also, we have added this one. We have to modify this one as well. So I want to add this. We just say update, upload image functionality. We just add some fix a small bug. Okay. So this is the also add upload image functionality. Okay. So we commit and push it. So we're going to start clean from the next section. All right. So see in the next section for the upload API route. All right. In the last section, we have completed the image upload functionality. In this section, we're going to create the update API route. So we can come back to Visual Studio Code and we need to work on the API folder. First, we want to add that update route. We want to create it inside the user.route.js. So let me close everything and then open it again. So here we're going to create a post method, just a router.post. And then we want to create the address for the update, which is going to be update. And then we want to have the ID of the user. So we want to add the ID here. And then we want to, first thing first, we want to verify the token of the user. We want to see that if the person is authenticated or not. And if they are authenticated, we want to update their account. So we have created this route. We need to add it to, we already created this. We need to create a function called verify token. So here inside the API, remember we had a utils folder. We can use that one to create another file called verify user.js. And then here we can verify the user using JWT and the token. So we're going to export a function and we can call that function verify token. So this is going to take a request and response. And then we need to, if the person is actually verified, we want to go to the next middleware. So we want to use that next too. So let's close this first so we don't get an error. And then here, first we want to get the token. We just say token. We want to get it from the cookie of the browser. So inside the request, we have something called cookie. And inside the cookie, we have the token, which the name of our token, if you remember, is access token. Okay, so cookies and then access token. But in order to parse the cookie, we cannot do it like this. We need to install another package called cookie parser. So inside the root of our application, you need to come back from the client. If you are inside the client, you just go back using cd ... And then here we install using npm install cookie-parser. And once you install it, you need to initialize it inside the index.js. You need to import it at the top, import cookie parser, which is like this, cookie parser camel case. which is coming from the cookie parser that we have installed. And then after we have created the app, or here you can just say app.use cookie parser. So now we are able to use and parse cookies in our application. So after getting the token, we want to check if the token is valid or not. So if the token is not valid, like this, we want to return a response 401. You can just say you are not authenticated, or we just create a message, that's enough. We can just say you need to log in or whatever similar, or you just say you are not authenticated. But if there is a token, we want to test the token, if the token is valid or not. So here we can use the JSON web token package. We can just import JWT from JSON web token. And then here we can just say JWT dot verify. So this is going to give us the information we need. For example, we can use the verify, and then we're going to test this token. We also need to add the JWT secret key, just we added inside the environmental variable here. And then this is going to give us two things, error, or we get that user. Okay. So after doing that, we can just now, we check if there is an error, we want to say with the status code of 403, and we just say token is not valid. Otherwise, we want to add this user to the request. So the request had, for example, cookies. We had before, if you remember, we had request.body. Now we can add something to the request called user, and then this is going to be equal to that user. And then we're going to go to the next middleware. Okay. So now we are ready to use this middleware. So inside the user route, whoever comes to this path, we want to test if it's verified or not. So we can just import the verified token that we have created here, this function, and we have exported that. And if everything is all right, we're going to go to the next function that we want to create here, which is called, for example, we just call it update user. And we need to create this function inside the controller. So we go to user.controllers.js, and here we're going to create a function. Let's create a message here. Just say update user. And then here we're going to export a function called update user. And this is going to be asynchronous. And also we're going to have the next to use our middleware for handling the error. So let's close this. So, and then we're going to import it here inside the user.route. So we need to import it. So now we are here. So we're going to get few things here because we want to update. First thing first, we want to actually test if the user is trying to update his account is really the owner of that account. So for extra security, we just say if this user from this, remember here, we send the user inside the request. So request.user, which is coming from JWT. First, you want to test it if the request.user.id. So if it's not equal, okay, if it's not equal to the request.params.id, what is that params means? The request.params.id is this one. You get the params here. Request.params.id is this one. So when we are requesting from the database, from the API, we're going to pass the ID of us here. And if this ID and the IDs, which is coming from the JWT, is not equal, we're going to send an error. But actually, we can actually use our middleware to handle the error instead of this. So I'm going to delete this. Oh, let's duplicate, and then we just create ours, and then we delete this one. This one must be next. We use our middleware, and then our custom function, which is create. We have here this error.js. It's called error handler. So we can use that error handler here. We can import it, and then the error is 401. The message is you can only update your account, and we can just delete this. We can do the same things for our this verify user.js file too. I forgot to do it because we have the next. We can just return here next error handler, and then we can just do that like that. We can import the error handler here as well, but make sure to add that .js at the end. For the backend, you always have to add this .js. For this one too, we can just say next, and then we can just do the error handler, but this is a 4.3, and the message is token is not valid. And this one, you can just say you are not authenticated. Okay, so we have checked that if the user is actually the owner. If not, we're gonna say you can update only your account. So after that, if we are sure that the person is actually real, we can use a try and catch a statement. And then here we can just actually handle the error with our next error, our error handler, the middleware. And inside the try, we can just create, first thing first, because if you remember, we can do many things here. We can just update the user, we can update the email, we can update the image, and also the password. But maybe someone wants only update the username or only the email, but he doesn't want to actually change the password. But here we can see that the password is empty, but if you click on update, maybe it removes the previous password. And also, if we write a password here, when we want to update it, we want to actually hash the password too. So what we do here, we want to send the form data from our client side. If there is a password, we're going to hash it. Otherwise, we're going to ignore that. So here we just say, if there is a password, if the requested body has the password, we want to encrypt it. All right. So, and then we're going to change the requested body, the password, to the new password, which is encrypted. We can use this Reactjs, actually, our package. We need to import it at top. And then we can use hash sync method. So we don't need to use await. And then this one, 10 would be enough, the 10th round of subs. So now the password is hash if there is a password. And then we can update the user. We just say const updated user or updated user. And this is going to be equal to a method from our model. We need to import our model. Remember, we add a model inside the models. So if you open it, you can actually import it. We can just use Ctrl space to import it at top, but make sure to add the .js. Here too, we need to add the .js. So we want to use a method called find by ID and update. This is a MongoDB method. So this method is going to take first thing first the ID, which we can get from the request.params.id, and then we're gonna use the set method, which is going to get everything we have inside the request.body. But as I mentioned before, that is not actually safe to do that, because maybe the user can send more than the information. For example, they can change the admin is admin to true, and they become our admin. So you don't need to actually pass the request.body all of them. What we can do is to separately add them. For example, username will be request.body.username, email, password, and finally the profile picture would be request.body.profile picture. So in this case, we're going to prevent the extra information. For example, is admin or other unnecessary things that the user can send actually. So once we do that, we can close this, and then we can add another option here, which is new true. If you don't add the new true, when you send the request back to the user, we're going to get the previous actually on the previous user that is not updated. So we want to see the updated one. We just have to add this new true. So after that, we're going to send the user to the client side. So we create a response here with a status of 200, and we're going to send back the user, updated user. But this updated user has the password. So we want to remove the password. So what we do here, we're going to separate the password and the others, or we can call it rest. And then here we just send back the rest. Exactly the same things we did before for sign in as well. So here, now we can test this one, our route, using Insomnia. So I'm going to create another folder outside here. We're going to create another folder. I want to call it, for example, user. And then here we're going to create a new HTTP request, which is going to be localhost 3000. But here, instead of auth is user /update and then / the ID of the user. So we need to get the ID. We need to first sign in with the user. For example, user 1, I'm going to sign in. When you sign in, so you get the ID here. So I want to use this ID. So I want to copy this. And then we go here and paste it here. So I can update the user. So this is a post request. And then for the body, we can click on the body and JSON. We can update, for example, only the username. But this one is a JSON, so it's inside this. And let's change the username. Instead of user 1, you just say user 1, for example, updated. So let's see what error we're getting. The JSON only accepts the double quote. Okay, now we try again. As you can see, now we have updated the username to user1 updated. So let's test this one inside the database too. So inside the database, if you refresh the database first, we can see that the username is updated to user1 updated. So we can do the same things for the password and email, or we can update them all together. Doesn't matter. So we only have updated the username here. So that is working. Let's see if we want to get an error. For example, inside the header, now we have, they are sending. So let's actually sign in with different account and we test it. For example, inside the sign in the JSON, let's sign in with different account. I don't know, we have user 2, for example. Okay, we have user 2. Now we have created a cookie for user 2. So if we try to update, let's actually change its name, update user. So now if I want to update the username, as you can see, now we are passing the user 1 ID, not the user 2. So if I send, we get an error saying you can update only your account. Okay. So this error system is working as well. The status code is 401. So right, so that was it for creating and updating the user and create its API route. In the next section, actually, we're going to work on the client side and we send a request from the client side instead of this Insomnia. So let's add this one to GitHub first. So we can just go to our source control. We add everything and we create a message saying create user or update user API route. You can commit and push. All right, in the last section, we have completed the update user API route. In this section, we're going to complete the functionality on the client side and connect it to the API. So let's sign in with one of our Gmail accounts. For example, this one. And then after that, as you can see, when we sign in with the Google, we don't get redirected to the home page. Let's fix this one first. I forgot to add that one. So we go to components inside the client side. Then we choose the OAuth.jsx. And after the dispatch, we want to navigate to the home page. So first thing first, we want to use navigate from React router down. We can initialize it here. We just say const navigate equals to use navigate. And then here we can just say navigate to homepage /. Okay. Let's test this one first. Let's sign in again with another account. Okay, now we are in the homepage. So now what we want to do is when we do changes, like we change the image or username or email or add a new password, and we click on update, we want to call that API route that we have created in the last section and update the database. So first thing first, we want to add some unchanged event listener to these 3 inputs and update our form data. Our form data is actually including this image change, but we want to add the others as well. So let's close everything, and then we go to pages, profile, and then these inputs, we want to add an unchanged event listener. I'm going to keep the Alt to choose all of them. I press enter, and here I add unchanged event listener. And this one is going to call a function called handle change. Okay, so let's create this function at the top. We can add it. That's okay, we add it at the end. So we create a function called handle change. This is going to get an event, and then we want to set form data like this. So we're going to keep the previous form data information. For example, if you have the image before, or we have changed the username, we can keep the information and add the new information based on the ID of the input. We're going to add the value. And then, so let's actually console log the form data. So you see everything is working. So now is an empty object, but if we do some changes, we should see the change. Let's go to console. Let's clear this. So if I, for example, upload an image, so after the upload is completed, we should see that inside here, the profile picture, so that is working. For the username, for example, I want to remove this one and just say this. So as you can see, we have added the username here too. We can change the email, good. And then we can add a password too. So anything we can type here, and this is the password. So we are tracking everything. Now we want to actually submit this information to the database. So we need to actually, first thing first, I want to remove this console log. Then in the form, I want to add an onSubmit event listener, which is going to call a function called handle submit. Let's create the function here. And then we want to, first thing first, we just say e.prevent default to remove the default behavior of the browser, which is refreshing the page when we submit a form. And then we want to add a try and catch statement. We want to create a request to the /API/auth/update. And this is going to be a post request. Let's change this one to post. And then the headers is going to say content type application JSON. We're going to send the body, which is the form data we have. First, we want to stringify it and then send it as the body. And then we want to change the result to a JSON and put it inside the data. So now let's close this try and catch. And here we add the error. So now we need to dispatch it. We need to dispatch it using the Redux toolkit. So if you remember now, first thing first, let's check what is the error here. I didn't close the function. It's okay. And now it's working. So we want to go to add this to our user slice. Now, if you remember, inside the Redux, remember that inside the SRC, Redux, we have user slice. And here we have added for the sign-in start, signing success and signing failure. But we want to add the same for the update. So we just add update. Let's first close this. We just say update user start. We get the state. You want to set the state that's loading to true. So as this page, this profile page is a different page and it's different from the sign-in page, we can use the same naming, loading, error, and current user. But if you have something in the same page and you have some conflict, you need to change this loading name, for example, to upload user loading. But for now, we don't need to do it. For the update user success, we get the state and action. So we set the current user to action.payload. We set the loading to false and error to false. And then we're going to have the update user failure. So this is going to set the loading to false and set the error to action.payload. So now we have added the three. We want to add that one here too to export them. So this is update, user failure, update, user start, and update, user success. So now we can actually use them inside the profile.jsx. So we need to import them at the top first. We want to import, we want to dispatch them. So we import use dispatch first from React Redux. And then we want to import that update user, they will update, user start, update user success and failure from React Redux. And this one should be Redux user / user slice. So now we have all of them. We can dispatch them. So before requesting, you want to dispatch the update user start. After that we get the result. If data that success is false, we want to dispatch failure with the data.message. And remember, we just did this one for signing. So if you remember, if the data.success was false, we dispatch failure, we just pass the data and return. Okay, that was this one. So we can just pass the data and return. Otherwise, we want to dispatch the success and pass the data. And then we don't want to navigate. We want to stay there. Okay, for the error here as well, we want to dispatch failure and pass this error, similar to the one we did for the sign-in page. So this is going to update our current user. So now let's test this one. Let's see if it's working or not. For example, first I start with the image. So I'm going to upload a new image. So, and then let's see the first image comes here. And then I want to press on update. So let's see. We are getting an error. Dispatch is not defined. So dispatch is not defined. Okay. We have imported the use dispatch, but we need to initialize the dispatch. Okay. So let's try it again. So now we press on update. Okay, we are getting downloads. Not found. API. That is not API /auth. Actually, it's API /user because we have added this one to the user. So where was it? Handle file uploads. Okay, here. This one should be user. So let's test this one again. So let's refresh the page. I want to test the image. Okay, we should see. Okay, there's no error now. Let's click on update. Oh, sorry. We have to add the ID too. If you remember inside the API route, this is the address. Update /ID. We need to add the ID of the user as well. So what we do here, we want to add the ID. So we need to change this one to a backtick. So we can add a variable here. So this one should be / and then we're going to add the current user dot ID, which is underline ID actually. Okay. So I hope that one is okay. We can test it. Let's refresh the page. And we click on update. Okay, we are not getting an error. Okay, then now they see the header is changed to the new image. And then we can just update the user with C. We update that. And then we refresh the page. You can see the new user is here. So everything is working, but we don't have the update effect, this loading effect. We want to see the loading and because we see the changes, but we want to see the loading and also we want to see the possible errors here at the bottom. Okay. So we have this error and the loading. We can inside our Redux toolkit. What we want to do is to add it here at the top. We want to import them. So we have actually the current user. We can add the loading and then actually error. And then here at the bottom of the page, actually, I'm sure, no, we don't have. Okay, after this, we're going to have a paragraph. And inside this one, we're going to add this one. We just say if there is an error, Then we just say something went wrong. Okay. And then let's style it a little bit, because it should be there with the red color and something like that. So we add a class name here. The text would be red 700, and then we just said add a margin top of 5. So that is okay for the paragraph. And also we can add a message for the success too. We can just add a new use effect, use a state for the update success. We can add it actually inside the inside the Redux toolkit, but it's going to be very complicated if you add too many things there. We can just, because this is just one page, we can just use a state here. And then after everything is fine, here we can just say set update success to true, and then we can add another paragraph here. We can duplicate this one, but this one is update success, and then the message is user is updated successfully. And then here we change the color to green. Okay, so now let's test it again. For example, I just changed this username to Sahan, and I press update. We forgot to add the loading, but here the user is updated successfully is added. And then we can update the button too. So here for the button, we just say if there is a loading, say loading, otherwise shows update. So now we test it again. This time I changed the email, for example. Okay, the loading was working and user is updated successfully is here. So let's refresh the page. Change something here. Update. Okay, user is updated successfully. All right, so that was it for updating our user inside the profile page. So let's add this one to the GitHub. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code, and here we add everything to GitHub. So I'm gonna press here on the plus icon to add everything, and then we just create a message, for example, complete user update or update user functionality. And we can commit and push to GitHub. All right, in the last section, we have completed the user update functionality. In this section, we're going to add this delete account functionality. So first thing first, we want to create the backend. So inside the API, we're going to create a new route inside the user.route.js. JS here, we can just duplicate this. We just add this one, we change it to delete. And we're going to verify the token. So if the user is not authenticated, they are not allowed to delete. And then we're going to create a function called delete user. We don't have it now, but I want to add it here just in case. And then we're going to create it inside the controllers, user.controllers.js. So here at the bottom, we want to add that delete user functionality. So this is going to be a synchronous function. And first we want to check. If the user, so we're going to test this one. If the user ID, requested user.id, which we are getting from this function, verify user, at the end, requested user, we get from the JWT and set it to user. So if this one is not equal to the one we get from this parameter, this params, we're going to return an error using our middleware and the function that we have, error handler. We pass the status code of 401 or 403, and we can just say you can delete only your account. Otherwise, we want to add a try and catch a statement. So here we want to handle the error using our middleware. And then here we want to delete the user with a method called find by ID and delete. So this is going to search all the users and then find the user with this ID, requested params.id that we are passing here. and then they're going to delete it. Then we want to have a response with the status of 200 and then with the message user has been deleted. So this is for the backend side. That was quite simple. But for the front end, we just needed to add to this delete account. So we want to add an on-click event listener here. And this is going to call a function called handle delete account. And we need to create this function at the top. So here we can just create it. And this is going to have a try and catch a statement as well. Remember, we need to actually remove the user from our Redux toolkit. So we need to add some reducers for this one as well. So we need to go to, let's see first what's the error. I think I didn't close this parent for the function, so that's fine. And then we go to src Redux user slice. We want to add this as well. So we can just duplicate this, and this is going to be delete user. You can choose this update, use Ctrl D to choose all of them, and then we just say delete user, start user, success, and failure. For the start is actually loading is true. Loading is true for the delete user start, but for the success, instead of adding a payload, we can just delete this action, and this one we just set it to null, because we don't have any current user that time, because we want to delete that. And for the failure will be similar. We pass it here, and then we need to add them here. Delete user, start, and success. So now inside the profile, we can, first thing first, we want to request for deleting. So we can accept this one actually, but it has some, I can delete this extra here. So we got a request for the API /user/delete, and we pass the current user ID. The method is delete. We're not passing any body or anything, any data. So there's no need to add the headers. And then we're gonna get the data. If it's false, we wanna here we can dispatch delete user start. We need to import it actually at the top. So at the top we want to import delete user start, delete user success, and delete user failure. And then we can use them in our function. So we're gonna start the loading by just delete user start. After, if there is an error, we're gonna first dispatch the failure and pass the data. And here too, we want to dispatch the failure. And if everything is all right, we want to dispatch the success. Let's test this one if we see if it's working or not. So we go to our account. We want to click on the delete account. We're getting an error. Let's see what's the error. Okay, we are getting 404 again. Let's see the network. Let's refresh the page. We go network, and then we just delete the account. Okay, we are passing this on API /user/delete, and we are passing the user ID, but we are getting the 404 not fine. So let's see /API /user delete. Here we just say post. This one should be a delete method, not the post method. Okay, so now we go and test again, refresh the page, click on delete. So, okay, now the status is 200, the user is deleted, and also we don't have any user inside the header as well. Let's try it again. I'm gonna sign in with this account, quote with Sahan. And if you go here, we can see the user name is ended by NA here. If it deleted, and then sign in again with the same account, like this. As you can see, the username is ended with N6. Okay, so that is working. So let's add this one to GitHub. So we can go back to Visual Studio Code, and we can just add everything to GitHub with the message add delete user functionality. We commit and push. All right, in the last section, we have added the user delete account functionality. In this section, we're going to work on the sign out functionality. So the procedure is very similar, actually. Just for the backend, we want to have a different behavior. So first thing first, we want to go to the front end inside the profile.jsx. Or let's add the backend first. So we go to backend API. We go to auth.route.js. We just add another router, but this is going to be a GET request. So router.get, and then here we're going to have a GET request to sign out. And here we want to call a function called sign out. Okay, and we just need to import this function and then we're going to create it. So sign out. And then we're going to create it inside the auth.controllers.js. So here we want to add the sign out. As you can see, we can create a function with the name of sign out. And then once we have this one, we can add and clear the cookie. So we don't need to handle any error or something. We can just add response.clear cookie, as you can see from the suggestion. The cookie name is access token, and then we can just add a status of 200, and the message would be, we can just delete it like this, and we just say sign out success. So we have done with the API part. So let's check it again. So it's a GET request to sign out, then we're going to call this function, which is here. So inside the front end, in the profile.jsx, inside the sign out span here, we're going to add an on-click event listener, which is going to call a function called handle sign out. So we're going to create this function here at the top. So this is very simple too. We need to just add a try and catch a statement. In the catch, we just, first thing first, we want to actually create the request. The request is going to be for the sign out. We don't need to get any response. So we just say, we can just use fetch, just say await, fetch this address. And as we are using fetch, we need to change this one to asynchronous. We just need to create the request, nothing else. And then the default behavior is actually the method is getTo. Also, we can add the Redux Toolkit. So we need to go to user_slice.jsx, and then here we're going to add the sign logout too, like a sign out. For the sign out, we don't need actually the loading or anything like that. We can just set the current user to null, like this, sign out. We set the loading false and error to false, and then we just create the current user null. So let's actually export this sign out, and then we're going to use it inside the profile. We need to import it. We need to import it at the top, sign out, and then we already have the dispatch. So here we can just say, after the successful, we just say dispatch sign out. For the error, we can just simply console log the error. We don't need to show it to the user. You can add the loading as like a start, success, and failure for this one too, but it's not necessary because it's just a sign out. So now we can test this one. So let's go back to our website. After refreshing the page, we can just click on sign out. As you can see, it was successful. So let's inspect and go to network, and we just sign in first with some accounts. For example, this account. And then we can just go to profile. I want to clear the network and then click on sign up. As you can see, we are getting actually an error. It's working on the client side, but the backend is not working. All right, so the problem is this one, API user. It should be API auth. So I'm going to always make a mistake here. So we can sign in again with another account. So let's try to sign out. This time the status is 200, and then it was successful. The response is sign out success. So it's working. Let's check our cookie here. We go to application, and as you can see in the cookie, the current user is null too inside the location. And for the cookie, we shouldn't see any cookie related to our application. Let's refresh this one. As you can see, the cookie is already clear. So now we can add it to the GitHub repository. All right. So we go to our source control, and we can add everything to GitHub. We create a message. We just say add sign out user functionality. All right. So we can just commit and push to GitHub. All right. In the last section, we have completed the sign out user functionality. In this section, we're going to work on the home and the about page. So let's bring the website to the right side and our website to the left side, our Visual Studio Code, so we can see the changes in real time. And then we can just go to the client, src, and then we just go to pages. First, let's finish the home page. So inside this div, we're going to have let's bring the home page here. Here, we're going to have h1 tag saying, for example, welcome to my authentication app. So after that, we're going to have 3 paragraphs like here in the home page. So the first paragraph, we can copy the text actually from here. And then as you can see, we have it here. Let's, before copying the other text, we can just style it a little bit. So in the div here, we're going to have a class name. We want to add a padding in the x-axis of 4. And then we want to have a padding in the y-axis of 12. So this is actually for the mobile size is okay. But after the mobile size, we want to have a different padding. Or we can just add a maximum width of, for example, 2XL. And then this is going to limit it in the big size, like this size. And then we can just bring it to the center using MX bot. All right, so that is okay. For the H1, I want to have so let's add a class name. The text must, we just make it 3XL, make it bigger. And we set the boldness to be font bold. And then we're going to have a space after that. We just say margin bottom to be, for example, 4. And let's make the text a little bit lighter. We just can use text slate 700 maybe, or 800. 700 would be fine. Okay. And then for the paragraph, we're going to have margin bottom as well, because we want to have more paragraph later. And then we're going to have a color. We can just copy this one. We can make the text 700, but the title, we can make it 800. All right. So now we can just copy this paragraph 2 more times using Alt-Shift-Down arrow. We can just change the text of the second one to this one. And this is the last. So this is the one we created. All right. So it looks okay. For the about page would be very similar. So we can just copy this div, can close this and copy it. And we go to the about.js page, and here we're going to paste it. So inside the about page, we have the same text, but we want to have like this one. So the title is going to be about, and then the text we're going to copy from this page. This is totally up to you. You can make it much better, but I just want to keep it simple. And so that is fine. For the home page, I think I made a mistake here. I added 2T. Okay. So let's see. Yeah, we have about and home page. So now our application is ready. So we can just add this one to GitHub. And the text message would be add home or complete. home and about pages. All right, in the last section, we have completed our home and about pages. In this section, we're going to deploy our application to render. Before doing that, we need to add some extra script to our application for building purposes. So most of them must be added to the package.json and the API. The client side is not, you just want to build it, and then they're going to use it from backend to run the client side. So I'm going to show you what I mean. So here inside the package.json, which is inside the root of your application, we have two scripts now. One is diff, one is a start. We want to add another one because we want to tell the render which folder we have the client and etc. Here we add a script for build, and this is going to be equal to, let me fix this. So we want to actually install both the front end and the back end. So we just say npm install. This is for the backend because backend, the package.json is in the root. And then for the client side, we can just say cd client and npm start, or the other way is to say npm install. We add a prefix. Prefix means we just go to this folder, prefix client. So this is going to be cd client and then npm install. Okay, and finally, we want to do the same things for the build. So we add npm run build prefix client, which is going to go inside the client folder, and then run npm run build, which is going to build our client. So basically, we're going to create and build the client, and then use that client to run from our backend. So inside our backend, inside the index.js, we want to tell the backend, because our application is going to run Node API /index.js. And then from index.js, we're going to run our build application. So here inside the index.js, we want to add this part here. So after this const app, first we want to define the static folder with our build folder. We just say app.use express.static. And then we want to define which one is our static folder. And as this is a dynamic folder structure, so inside the actually backend, inside our server, here, for example, we have / build or client. But inside the server, maybe this is a different structure. So we need to find the directory name. So in order to find the directory name, we need to import path from path, and then using that path, we want to create our directory name. So here we're going to create a constant. This one is called underline directory name path.result. This is going to find the dynamic directory name. So in every places in any server, we're going to find the directory name. And then based on this directory name, we want to create our static path. So express.static, we're going to open a set of parentheses, and then we just say path.join this directory name. And then instead of saying public, this is going to be / client, our folder here, client. And inside the client, we're going to have something called, inside the with, we're going to have different things. Here we have builds. In with, we're going to create the build inside something called dist. All right, so this is for the static one. I think we made a mistake. Okay, express is like this. Okay, so after defining the static folder, we want to say app.use, app.get. When you get to any places, like anything inside the client side, we're going to get the request and response. And then we're going to send the file, which is index.html. Here inside the client side, we have a file called index.html. Let's close this. Index.html. We're going to run that one instead. So we just say res.send file with the same path system, which is a directory name. And actually, we can separate this one. just a client, and then dist, and then finally index.html. But we need to add a comma between that. So whatever directory name is in server, go to the folder called client, inside the build folder, which is dist, and then index.html. Find that one and send it to the client. Okay. So now we are ready to deploy our application. So we needed to do these changes. So now we can go actually to the website called render and deploy our application. Before doing that, we need to add these changes to our GitHub repository because we want to deploy it by our GitHub repository. So we just say add pre-production, for example, just the changes. Okay. So now we have this one. Let's go and search for render. So we need to go to a website called render.com with the title Cloud Application Hosting for Developers, and make sure you sign in. I already signed in with my with my account. I think I need to sign in again. So I just want to sign in with my Google account. It's free to use. These are my application that I have created before. If you want to, make sure firstly you are signed in, and then you just click on new, and here choose web service. When you choose web service, you can see your GitHub repositories here. If you don't see it, you need to actually sign in with your GitHub repository. When you're signed in, you can see your latest GitHub repository. For example, this one I just added now, and then you can click on connect. This is going to automatically connect to that repository. You just choose a name for it. For example, MERN-Auth. Choose the origin branch. You just choose the main. The root directory, we don't need to change it because the root directory is actually the root directory we used here. And we want to install everything from this package.json, which is inside the root directory. And then this is a node. You can see that you can deploy many things here. And then the build command is actually, you don't need to add this one because we have already added this one inside the package.json here, npm run build. So we can just delete it. We don't need to add anything here. But for the start command, for the start, we have added npm start, which is going to be node API/index.js. So instead of this, we're going to add npm start. We're going to choose the free tier. So this is slower and also, but it is free. You can test your application. If your application is working nicely, you can later, if you want, you can add it actually. You can change your plan. And then for the advanced part here, you can click and then we can add our environmental variables. So for the environmental variables, we have Mongo. We paste it here. You need to paste your MongoDB URL. Don't add don't add the code, just that one. After that, we're gonna add our JWT secret key. The next one is inside the client. We have with Firebase. Okay, so everything else you can just leave it like that, and here you can click on create web service. So there is a problem here. Let's see. Okay, the build one is required with just npm run build. So we just click on the create web service. So now it's deploying and building our application. As you can see, first is cloning our GitHub repository, checking for the last commit. And then now, as you can see, it's running our application. First is installing the backend, the front end, and then building the front end. So this is going to take a while. I'm going to just pause the video. I'm going to come back when it's completed. All right, as you can see, the building is completed. It took around like 30 seconds. It wasn't too long. So now the build is successful. Now just deploying it to a URL. So now it's starting our service. and running the Node API /index.js. So I think it's already done. As you can see, it's already created a URL for us. I'm not sure we can now test it. Let's wait a little bit until this progress is completed. All right. So as you can see, you can see the server is listening on 3000 is working. So a backend is working. It is connected to the MongoDB, and they said that your service is live. So now if you click on this one, we're going to see our application. But you're getting an error saying not found. Okay, now it's changing a little bit. Okay, now it's working. I think we clicked a little bit early. Let's sign in or sign up with an account. Let's see this was working or not. So it's just a user40@gmail.com. This is the email. The username is user40. Let's click on sign up. Okay, we are getting an error. Let's see the error. And then we just go to network, click on sign up. So sign up is giving us user created successfully, actually. Okay, it was working, actually. Let's see, sometimes we get not found. Let's test it again with a different user, for example, 41. We click on sign up. Okay, it's working now. I think they didn't completely build it yet. So now let's sign in. Okay, it's working now. So we have the profile. Let's update our application, the person, for example, user. Change it to user. We click on update. Okay, user is updated successfully. Let's upload an image from our desktop. I open this. Okay, it's uploading now. Image uploaded successfully. Okay, that's a good sign. We can just click on update. Okay, now image is uploaded as well. Let's first sign out. Okay, sign out is working. Let's sign in again. Okay, and then we click on delete account. Okay, it's working. So if I sign in now, we get an error. So for the Google, we need to go to our Firebase and add this URL to the Google in order that one to be working. So we need to copy the URL actually, and then go to here to authentication, and we go to setting and authorize domain. We're going to add the new domain here. Click on add, and now we can just continue with Google and choose one of our Google account. Okay, it's working now. So now actually the application is working perfectly. So I highly recommend first thing first, when you are live, don't quickly test your account. Just wait a few minutes to completely your application is live, and then you can test your application. All right, so that was it for creating our application. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. So see you in another project.